Signor Ministro,
Minister, guests, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls who are following us from schools, my name is Maria Assunta Pecci, Director of Service to UNESCO Office of the Ministry of Culture. I am honored to extend a very warm welcome to the guests who are here with us and for those who are following us from abroad during this conference, Sunken Memories, organized by the Ministry of Culture, General Secretary of the UNESCO Office, to celebrate the 20 years of the UNESCO Convention to safeguard and protect the underwater cultural heritage with the National Superintendents of Underwater Cultural Heritage. I thank Federica Carloni and the Superintendent Barbara David, the Italian representation to the UNESCO. A special thanks goes to the UNESCO Secretariat for the 2001 Convention for the precious support that has been given to the event. It's with pleasure and gratitude that I leave the floor to the Minister of Culture, Honorable Dario Franceschini, for the opening. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to open here in our Spadolini room this international conference on Sunken Memories. So I would like to thank all institutions who are here with us today or who are following us online. This mixed method is something that we should get used to, and it's going to be the norm, the new normal for a while. So I thank all of you, all of those who participated in the organization of the conference and for your presence. In particular, I am very, very happy of this collaboration between the Ministry of Italian Culture and UNESCO. It is a collaboration, a very close collaboration. I thank the General Secretary. It culminated in the G20 in July. The role of collaboration must be enhanced and recognized at an international level. Also involving the countries that are not part in the UNESCO. As you know, Italy has worked hardly in order to enhance the topics connected to culture and the protection of cultural heritage. And in the last years, it culminated with several actions that were carried out with UNESCO and the United Nations and our General Command of the Carabinieri. The international community has worked in protecting our heritage, starting with an element that is very simple. If the definition of heritage is a world heritage of the entire humankind, then the responsibility rests with the states. It is the international community that must really act, collaborating in order to protect it against terrorism, calamities, time, simply. So it is something that we must carry out in order to enhance our heritage and focus on the topic on protecting heritage. This is in line with Article number 9 of our Italian Constitution, and it is also an opportunity in order to invest in an economic growth that is sustainable, smart, and especially considering the fragility of our heritage, of the heritage of our all countries. That's why we promoted the Culture G7 in Florence in 2016, and in July of this year, the first G20 of culture, with a final declaration that was very important because it establishes that the G20 culture is going to become something that will recur in the agenda of the heads of states and government. So it's not a non-tantum. It's something that will happen again and again, because we recognize that the nature of investments in culture as an economic resource is very important, because you know the G20 has to do with economy. In the Rome Declaration at the end of the summit includes some irrelevant topics. I'm going to read a very brief passage. The improper use of cultural heritage and the cultural heritage of indigenous communities, the uncontrolled development, urban development, the events caused by climate change can lead to the loss of irreplaceable cultural heritage. This violates the cultural and human rights of people and communities, affecting people and resources for economic benefits. This is a declaration that we've worked at intensely, and this is a point of reference. It will be a point of reference for the future. In this framework, the work on underwater cultural heritage is carried out. It started in 2001 with the convention. All countries commit and pledge to a very concrete action in protecting our resources. From this point of view, we built last year a new national superintendence for underwater heritage. It didn't exist in our country before, so the protection of cultural heritage was rested with all the single superintendencies of the regions. Now, following the model of other countries, we decided to build this national superintendents. We have 8,000 kilometers of coastline in Italy, and we have a huge heritage that we must really protect. The headquarters is in Taranto, and we have two other offices in Ancona and Naples. It is a very important challenge. We have an ongoing national collaboration. This is very important with UNESCO, and this is something that can bring together the protection of our heritage, the valorization and enhancement of our heritage, and a smart tourism, respectful tourism that can find in these sectors another important area for resources. So thank you so much. Congratulations for the organization of this conference. We'll keep working together on this. Thank you. Thank you for your support and for your kind words. Minister, it is a pleasure for me now to leave the floor to the Assistant Director General for Culture, UNESCO, Ernesto Ottone Ramirez. You have the floor. Thank you.
I will speak in English, sorry. Your Excellency, the Minister of Cultural Heritage, my dear Dario Franceschini, Your Excellency, the Ambassador and Permanent Delegate of Italy to UNESCO, Madam Deputy Director General and Principal Director for the Promotion of the Italian Language and Culture, Director General for the Sea and the Coast, Ministry of Ecological Transitions, Mr. Navy General Staff, Madam Chairperson of the Meeting of State Party to the 2001 Convention, distinguished guests. On behalf of Director General of UNESCO, Madame Audrey Azoulay, I would like to welcome you to this international conference celebrating the 20th anniversary of the 2001 Convention. I would like to thank Italy for having taken the initiative to organize this event, which illustrates the constant engagement and support of Italy for underwater archaeology and for the 2001 UNESCO Convention on the protection of the underwater cultural heritage. As you know, on November the 2nd, the international community celebrated the 20th anniversary of the adoption of this convention. This important occasion allows us to look back to acknowledge past achievements and forward to reflect on upcoming challenges. We can be proud that over the past 20 years, the 2001 Convention has improved the research and protection of underwater cultural heritage, while fostering international cooperation, knowledge exchange, and good practices. Since its adoption, the UNESCO Secretariat has encouraged the implementation of the Convention by organizing capacity-building workshops worldwide. We have trained over 500 students in underwater archaeology, conservation, and the management of this heritage. We have organized numerous policy meetings, which has resulted in the ratification of the Convention by 71 states. Our work is also supported by a wide network of partners encompassing 17 NGOs, more than 30 universities, 3 chairs, and a research center by national authorities, museums, and institutions. Further, the scientific assistance that has been provided is considerable. 12 examples of best practices have been designated, and 7 technical missions have been led by UNESCO's Scientific and Technical Advisory Body. Finally, the first international cooperation project has been launched on the Skelky banks with 8 countries, namely Algeria, Croatia, Egypt, Spain, France, Italy, Morocco, and Tunisia. The 20th anniversary of the 2001 Convention is an excellent moment to explore new initiatives. Many challenges still lie ahead of us. One task is to fully integrate underwater cultural heritage into ocean research and spatial planning in the framework of the recently launched UN Ocean Decade. We also plan to widen the discourse around the convention by combining the protection of submerged heritage with that of coastal heritage and living heritage. We will continue to promote better research and increased access to heritage. And last but not least, we must continue to work to achieve the universal ratification of the 2001 Convention. I'm confident that today's event will result in some inspiring new initiative, as we have always done with Italy, who take heritage as part and the core of their, I would say, identity, ADN. So thank you so much for this opportunity to share with all of you. Thank you so much.
Lascio con grande piacere.
Now I leave the floor to the director of the Center of International Heritage. Congratulations. I leave the floor to Lazar Elundu Assomo. Thank you.
Scusate.
Maybe we have some technical problems.
Can you hear me?
Israeli.
Thank you very much for your kind words and for giving me this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to really take this opportunity to thank all of you. As I have said, Mr. Ernesto Stone, our Assistant Director General of Culture. I would like to be very brief, and I think this subject is a very important subject, and I would like to recall what led member states to adopt this international treaty, and that was the ambition to enable states to better protect their submerged cultural heritage. In other words, the aim of the 2001 Convention was to the threats to underwater cultural heritage, such as increasing trawling, support construction, the climate change, the search for non-irradiated metals, and the recovery of wrecks, etc. When the convention was first implemented, the global situation of underwater archaeology was underdeveloped. There were little institutional and human capacities. There is up to date a very low research investment. So it was not only important to protect sites better, but also to foster scientific research and cooperation. To implement the relevance of the convention, one has to understand UNESCO's unique global platform for international cooperation. And this made possible thanks to the cultural convention. In fact, the UNESCO 2001 Convention is based on a scientific and protective approach, because the convention sets out ethical principles for the protection of underwater cultural heritage, foresees also strong sites protection measures, and provides a unique platform for international cooperation mechanism. As has said the Assistant Director General for Culture of UNESCO, nevertheless, 20 years that the debate is still ongoing. The notion of underwater cultural heritage, of course, it's defined in the convention. And today, celebrating its 20th anniversary provides a unique opportunity really to take stock of the achievements so far, but also to understand the challenges to overcome while looking ahead of the next 20 years. And we can all agree that over the past 20 years, the convention has achieved a considerable improvement of the research and protection of underwater cultural heritage. Today, the convention has been ratified by countries from every region of the globe. 15 African states, 13 Arab states, 3 Asian and Pacific states, 20 Western and Eastern European states, and 21 Latin American and Caribbean states. And to be able to continue, today there is an incredible achievement, such as the fact that UNESCO has supported state parties in the drafting heritage laws to protect underwater cultural heritage. And the meeting of state parties and its scientific and technical advisory body have been important forums to enlighten state parties on their policy work. Today also, UNESCO has enabled the creation of a network of 17 accredited NGOs, 3 UNESCO chairs, 1 UNESCO Category 2 center in Zadar, and more than 30 UNITWIN universities and numerous national cooperation authorities. The convention today, it's also supported by a scientific technical advisory bodies, which plays a key role in assisting state parties to the 2001 convention, which consists of 14 international experts providing technical expertise for the promotion and the enhancement of underwater cultural heritage. The 2001 convention, as I said, is state parties to join forces in the protection, management, and valorization of humanity's common underwater cultural heritage. The cooperation promoted by this convention is based on information sharing and a joint protection effort. And the international cooperation mechanism thus offers effective protection of underwater cultural heritage while respecting the international law of the sea. And for this, I would like to cite the example of the Skerki Banks. The site of the Skerki Banks is an important cooperation coordinated by Tunisia, as it has been said by His Excellency, the Ministry, and Italy actively participate with other state parties. In conclusion, if we were to summarize the last 20 years, what comes in mind are the increasing ratification by member states, the key role of the scientific and technical advisory bodies to provide technical advices, the capacity building programs across the different regions of the world, the recognition of examples of best practices, the relevance of network of scientists and universities and schools in the promotion of the convention, and the cooperation of international cooperation through the Skerki Bank's initiative and the undoubtable role of the Category 2 centers that are. And today, as we celebrate this anniversary, we can't help but look forward to the new challenges ahead and stimulating prospects to come. We could say more, but I leave it for the next celebration of the 20 years. Grazie, thank you.
Grazie molte, direttore.
Thank you so much, Director. Now I leave the floor to the Deputy Director General for the promotion of Italian language and culture, Dr. Cecilia Piccioni. Thank you.
Grazie mille.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pecci. Special thanks to Minister Franceschini and to all participants, Deputy Director General, Assistant Director General Ottoni. I am here on behalf of Ambassador Lorenzo Angeloni, General Director, who couldn't attend today's meeting for a beautiful reason. He had a child. So I am very touched by the fact that they have to replace him in this occasion. I am not only a diver, but I also worked for 5 years at the United Nations in the field of environment and multilateral economic cooperation. This convention is absolutely relevant today. So I thank once again the entire team of the Ministry of Culture here at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We cooperate with them very much. And UNESCO is an extraordinary field, an extraordinary context where we can collaborate. We've seen it in our recent past, and we want to keep working together and cooperating in order for the topics of protection and of underwater cultural heritage around the world. And in particular today, we're going to talk about the underwater cultural heritage to be at the center of our agenda. In this very brief speech, I would like to convey two messages with you. On the one hand, the fact that we all know that our underwater heritage is an incredible heritage. And we don't know very much about it because 95% of our seabed is still unexplored. And on the other, we all know that, as someone states in a bombastic way somehow, the biggest museum in the world is the one that is located in the seabed, the riverbed and lakebed. So today's conference celebrates the achievements and positive results of the last 20 years. Also, thanks to the expertise of the speakers that are going to speak after this opening session. Well, this conference can look forward and find new solutions to the new challenges that lie ahead of us. So this is a task that here in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and in our country in general accepted with joy. And the example that was mentioned by everyone, the example of the Skerki Bank, and it's the fact that it was listed according to the Article 11 of the Convention. Well, this is an opportunity for me to underline once again that our country is strictly connected to the logic of multilateralism and sharing and cooperation. The Skarki Bank in the Strait of Sicily represents the implementation of a principle that we normally take for granted, but it's not really universal. Namely, the fact that the Mediterranean is not only our mare nostrum, it is the crave of many civilizations. And we are ready to share with other countries that are with us in this mission that we mentioned before: Algeria, Croatia, Egypt, France, Morocco, Spain, Tunisia. The pledge, really important pledge, and that we hope will become a model for everyone, the pledge to protect, beyond what Minister Franceschini was saying, the topics of control. So to protect a corner, an area of the seabed that is heritage of the humankind. The Mediterranean basin is the framework of the UN decade for maritime sustainable development. It's a decade that starts this year and will arrive to will last until 2030. It is a sort of somehow the perfect context to establish if the development of human activities can be a model. And this is somehow a bridge to connect the agendas of the European countries and the MENA region. Like in the recent workshop that we organized last year in Venice, together with the Oceanographic Italian Committee. I'd like to stop him because the person that is going to explain many other cross-cutting topics is our permanent ambassador in UNESCO, Ambassador Riccardo. So I wish you well in the works ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and give our greetings and congratulations to Dr. Angeloni. I now leave the floor to Dr. Carlo Zacchi, Director General for Sea and Coasts, Ministry of Ecologic Transition. Thank you very much, Director. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me okay. First of all, I would like to thank UNESCO and the Ministry of Culture for organizing this extremely relevant conference. I would like to extend my remarks and greetings to Minister Franceschini, the Minister of Culture, and all the participants to this first session, as well as the participants and speakers who will speak in the debate later. The Ministry of Ecological Transition, and actually it was called Ministry of the Environment, and today is called Ministry of Ecological Transition. As since the beginning of the 90s, it gave a very strong input to the protection of marine areas for the purpose of preserving the resources of the underwater environment and biodiversity. Today, we can count on 29 protected marine areas along our coasts and 2 submerged parts, the Baia Bank and the Long Bank. Law number 388 from the year 2000 created these 2 submerged parks in Pozzuoli Gulf and in the Naples Gulf, and a few months later The UNESCO Convention on the Protection of Underwater Heritage was ratified, and today we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of this convention. This anniversary actually coincides with the start of an important decade of the United Nations for the development, sustainable development of the sea as well. One of the main challenges of our protected areas system will be about the need to integrate the enhancement of different features of the underwater heritage. This will be possible only by involving stakeholders operating in different fields. The combination of archaeological and environmental values related to the extreme geomorphological complexity of the environment, which has been affected by the works of a man. And these areas are now inhabited by very rich communities, by marine communities and biological communities. Nevertheless, the underwater heritage and submerged heritage has always suffered phenomena like seizure, and some of these places, which were a symbol of the Italian landscape, became areas, very rundown areas, which also impacted on the ecological ecosystem of the sea and different biological and morphological components. Illegal activities, such as the anchorage on existing submerged structures and waste in the sea, has really put the fragile ecosystem of the sea at test. The need to preserve our heritage as a factor of intercultural dialogue and economic development has led anyway to the start of measures for the protection of this heritage. The institution of these submerged parks, paths, and the research that has been carried out on these areas, as well as raising awareness, were necessary to requalify these areas. And in a few years, these areas were given back to the population and visitors. Furthermore, the activity of prosecution of illegal activities had a positive impact on the capacity of recovery and repopulation of marine environments. With the institution of these parks, we therefore have implemented the principle established by Article 2.10 of the Convention. According to this principle, the responsive access and intrusive access to observe underwater heritage must be encouraged to create awareness, appreciation, and valorization of the heritage. To this purpose, we also have implemented some management tools to coordinate in an excellent way all the forces that are analyzing these parks and this heritage, with the aim of preserving the submerged heritage. In the Gaiola Park, in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture, we implemented a project based on a system of audiovisual transmission and the installation of an underwater room in the park. In the Baia Park, thanks to the project called Restaurare Sott'acqua, Underwater Recovery, we implemented the renovation and restoration of many underwater structures, and we created some paths even to see those structures. In line with the policies of the European Union, we are increasingly keeping into account the concept of sustainable development and tourism in a framework characterized by 5 actions to foster cultural development of the territory. The first, the cooperation in terms of research and development. Second, valorization of memory and history of the European heritage. The third, promotion of cultural and educational exchange for young people. Fourth, development of cultural practices and artistic practices in the contemporary era. Fifth, promotion of cultural sustainable tourism. In this context, the protection of underwater heritage can find a precious ally in the path established by the European Union to stop the loss of biodiversity, both inland and underwater, by 2030. The process to define our strategy on biodiversity, and as well as the investment from the National Resilience and Recovery Plan, will give an fundamental input to start and consolidate the technological, cultural, social, and economic change, which is more and more necessary to direct our way and guarantee a sustainable future. Thank you very much. Thank you, Director Zaghi. I will now leave the floor to Francesco Iavazzo, Vessel Captain, Chief of the 7th Office, Interministerial Relations, Stato Maggiore della Marina, Italian Navy. Thank you very much, Commander. You have the floor. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for giving me the floor. Let me say firstly that it's a huge honor to represent the Italian Navy in this conference. Sorry. Good morning. Let me say, as I was mentioning, it's a great honor for me to represent the Italian Navy in this conference, in this occasion. I was thinking about the title of this event, Sunken Memories. I believe it is a very relevant for the Italian Navy, because the Navy has a lot of memories on the seabed and underwater, what we like to call Mare Nostrum, our sea, which was the cradle of many civilizations that have developed over the years. This is a very important element for us as well. This convention, we can say, that gives a dignity of many submerged sites and many cemeteries as well for our brothers who passed away over the years and are still underwater. So the Navy is feeling quite close to you in this moment. And as it has been said, and as I said, Navy is in the forefront with naval vessels to the safeguard and protection of the convention and the sites, as well as the protection of the activities and implementation of the activities. So I can only thank you. We are here. The Navy is with you and will be absolutely available for the future activities that will be carried out for these very remarkable aims. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Commander, for being here and for being here also on behalf of the Ministry of Culture. I will leave the floor to Elia del Carmen Guerra Jurado, Ambassador and Permanent Delegate of Panama at the UNESCO. Please, Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you.
¿Me escucha?
Can you hear me?
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Minister of Culture, Your Excellency, Ambassador and Permanent Delegate of Italy to UNESCO, Madam Deputy Director General and Principal Director for the Promotion of the Italian Language and Culture, Director General for the Sea and Coast of the Ministry of Ecological Transition, Comandante Iavazzo, dear Ernesto and Lazar, signora e signore. Mi piace tanto l'italiano, ma adesso parlerei inglese perché è più facile per me oggi. In my capacity as chairperson of the meeting of state parties of the 2001 convention, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to address this important and relevant conference on the protection of underwater cultural heritage, celebrating our 20th anniversary. Already 71 UNESCO member states have ratified this legal instrument, realizing the value they attach to the protection of this underwater heritage, and convinced that only through a global collaboration we can combat extensive pillage, commercial exploitation, and illicit traffic of our own national identities. At the 8th Assembly of State Parties that I had the honor to chair, I had the opportunity to listen and participate of very enriched debates where many member states reaffirmed not only their commitments, but more important, that whatever differences exist in how to go about safeguarding this heritage, the challenges and perspective will require of a joint multilateral cooperation as such in which we embark beyond our own national platforms. In celebrating our 20th anniversary, Sunken Memories become not only an appropriate title for this conference, but a call to engage in a common effort to better understand the impact that this heritage had in shaping our present social, economic, and environmental development. Quite central to the future work of our convention is the strengthening of the staff and the collaboration provided by the Secretariat. The scarce knowledge and expertise in many member states requires of deep, profound exchanges about the value of this heritage, but also issues like in situ conservation, good practices have not been completely understood unless managed by national institutions or even our local NGOs. For many countries like mine, Panama, crossroad of the world, where the Atlantic and the Pacific are only 80 kilometers apart, where the Panama Canal has centered the life and development of our nation, underwater archaeology has been a pending subject. Just until recently, when we became the first state to ratify our convention, our president in Glasgow at the Climate Change Convention committed 30/30. Panama is committed to protect its ocean and to join other countries in our region, has been the case from Costa Rica, Colombia, and Ecuador in protecting this marine corridor, for which we are very proud at this time. In this path, many more other countries have decided to walk the road that we started. That is the case of Guinea, Dominican Republic, Malta, and Poland, which we congratulate for the recent commitments to our convention. Also, as chairperson of the group of Latin American and Caribbean countries, UNESCO, I have had the honor to undertake our region's work in the promotion of ocean science. I adore to understand and involve larger communities, and particularly indigenous people. Concerns has been the case in my own country, where thanks to this convention and UNESCO, this San Jose shipwreck brought to focus the value and importance that this heritage have for the pride and culture of these local communities. I would like to thank the members of staff for their collaboration and support to put this convention at its objective at hand's reach. Underwater heritage explorations and findings must be shared so we could attain the real objective, which is how this print could shape the future, but also could be inserted in the plans for the next decades to come. Finally, let me reiterate that our work only could move forward if our main partner, the Secretariat, counts upon the tools needed for this immense challenge. We are not asking for miracles, but for actions in giving the human and financial resources that the Secretariat requires to respond to the needs of so many states that are initially developing the knowledge and the research into the unknown heritage we long for. Many thanks to Italian authorities and participants in this celebration to our 20 years of interesting scientific and cultural work to come. Grazie a tutti. Buongiorno.
Grazie.
Thank you, Ambassador. I will now leave the floor to Massimo Riccardo, Ambassador and Permanent Delegate Italy at UNESCO. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for being here and for always being here and supporting our intense work. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Pesce. Thank you, and good morning, everybody. And I would like to extend my greetings to people attending, Ernesto Tonelazar and the General Riccardi and all the participants. Thank you to Minister Franceschi for organizing this initiative and for dedicating this moment to talk about the Convention for the Protection of Underwater Heritage. This is a very interesting moment for us because we can talk about underwater heritage, which is something that is not very well known, I would say. We can do that by going in three paths: understanding what are the tools that we have available to tackle this, and what is the role of Italy, what could be the role of Italy as a country. In terms of the challenge, that means understanding the peculiarities of the underwater heritage, and the technicians, the experts will be much more precise on that. This is a heritage that is very peculiar, but it's also very fragile, because that enable us to read our history and our culture, our common culture. And I said fragile because it's some kind of heritage that is threatened by many challenges, like climate change, human challenges as well, like the exploitation of the seas and the seizure of cultural heritage, as we have recalled. This is a challenge because it's not so, its situation is not very well known. The director of UNESCO was mentioning that at an event dedicated to underwater heritage, there has been 12 human beings who walked on the moon, and only 4 who went below 10,000 meters under the sea. Because we still don't know 85% of the seas. It is an unknown reality. 100 years ago, a researcher who then became a very important marine archaeologist, he considered it the most important museum. So this is the challenge that we are going to face in the future, and we need a joint and coordinated effort. So we have to work together. And this is important. It's underlined by the importance of multilateralism, which is the tool that we have hands. We will see later how we reached the 2021 convention, and how in the 70s we started realizing the need to take care, to raise awareness in terms of cultural heritage, but also in specific underwater cultural heritage. So around the 90s, we reached UNESCO, and in 2001, the convention we are talking about today was ratified, and a few years later, 2009, we reached the minimum number of countries for the ratification. The convention is a very important tool because it's specific. It is a specific tool for a specific problem. But the convention has to be recognized, accepted, and owned by the member states. So we have to reach the universal side of the convention in order to be able to make it work. So this is why we need everybody involved. And this is the challenge that we are facing today. And today's event is actually one of the stages of this challenge. We need to make people understand how important it is to work together to reach the level of protection that this reality of underwater heritage needs. We have 71 countries who ratified the convention. At the moment, we are very far away from the ratification of bigger conventions like the Protection of World Heritage, which is being ratified by 190 countries. So this initiative, like today's, is really important to raise awareness and reach this aim. This is crucial. And where is it in this? I think it's quite well positioned as countries, is really active in protecting the heritage, especially regarding I would say the size of the underwater heritage. We worked a lot at the beginning, and Professor Scovati here is the living example of what it means, of what working with the convention means, and thinking about what kind of tools we want to use. We are working on this, and we have practical example here. Dr. David who was named chair of the SDAB, which is the that supports countries in the convention. And we also would like to recall our commitment on the security banks. Italy and Tunisia were the first countries to activate Article 11 of the Convention, and we said that. So I would say that we are definitely on the operating front of the Convention, which is something that maybe not everybody knows. So we as Italy are definitely in line with our daily commitment for UNESCO. We also have to remember that it's basically these big ideas come from men, from humans. So we recall that UNESCO, Professor Tusa recalled it. He had to go to a convention and he passed away, and he was remembered in a ceremony at the convention. This to underline the commitment of Italy on this specific topic. So to conclude, I believe that today's event is extremely important for different reasons. First of all, it's important because it's absolutely consistent with our commitment in terms of safeguard, protection, and valorization of cultural heritage. Minister Franceschini said that very well. This has been one of the focal points of our ministry in 2020. It is consistent with what we call our efficient multilateralism, so a multilateralism which can actually give good outcomes. And then it's consistent for our idea of active participation in an international organization, such as UNESCO, which means acting concretely and producing outcomes. And I think we are definitely in line with this idea. Our position in the UNESCO as well. I mean, Italy recognizes one of the principles of our diplomatic culture. Supporting UNESCO for us means to promote our vision of foreign policy based on multilateralism, dialogue, cooperation in the respect of human rights and diversity, which are main elements of this action. So I would say that we have big challenges ahead of us, but we need to be aware of our targets. We need to be determined to reach those targets. We need to be brave enough to do it. And we can definitely do it. We have the strength to do that. Thank you very much. And if you ever come to Paris, you are welcome at UNESCO. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, for your support and your words. Before moving on to the next session, I would like to thank Ms. Director of the Regional Office of UNESCO for Science and Culture in Europe, Ana Luis Thompson Flores, for being here. And I would like to thank her for her testimony, as well as Mr. Roberto Riccardi from the Arma dei Carabinieri. Thank you very much for being here today. I would also like to thank the authorities for the warm welcome and the opening remarks in this international conference. And let me now give a very warm thank you and greeting to the speakers who will connect from all 5 continents. Before leaving the floor to the lively debate of this conference, please allow me to introduce a documentary that has been made by RAI, the Italian television network, with the Ministry of Culture for the 20th anniversary of the 2001 convention. RAI Cultura, along with the Ministry of Culture and the UNESCO office, made this documentary called Il patrimonio subacqueo, un'eredità per il mondo, the underwater heritage, a heritage for the world. We were supposed to have RAI Director General here, but I think she was busy with the premiere at Teatro La Scala in Milan, and she couldn't attend with us, but I am extremely glad and happy to show the trailer here. Before that, an update for you. I will now leave the floor to 2 very prestigious moderators. We will have Donatella Bianchi, RAI journalist and president of the Parco Nazionale delle Cinque Terre. With her TV show Linea Blu, she contributed to the valorization of our underwater heritage. So I would like to thank her for her availability. She will be the moderator for the first session. And then I would also like to thank very much Professor Tullio Scovazzi from University Milano Bicocca. Tullio Scovazzi. He is a tangible testimony of a person who strongly contributed to write the 2001 Convention. So thank you very much, Professor. So now you can watch a small part of this documentary, the trailer of this documentary. Thank you very much. And then right after, we will start our working session. Thank you.
Non appartiene ai despoti. Alla sua superficie si possono ancora esercitare i diritti iniqui e battersi, divorarsi, recarvi tutti gli orrori della terra. Ma 30 piedi sotto il suo livello, il loro potere cessa, la loro influenza si estingue, tutta la loro potenza sparisce. Ah, Signore, vivete nel seno del mare. Qui soltanto è indipendenza. Qui non riconosco padroni. Qui sono libero.
La Convenzione UNESCO 2001 sulla protezione del patrimonio culturale subacqueo è davvero una pietra miliare. È fondamentale il patrimonio subacqueo perché racconta storie, perché racconta avventure, perché racconta scambi commerciali.
Quando il concetto di patrimonio culturale ha cominciato ad ampliarsi annettendo il mondo sommerso, si è aperta una serie di possibilità di recuperare non solo la memoria di un oggetto immerso in un ambiente d'acqua, ma di recuperare un valore aggiunto che è il rapporto millenario, plurimillenario tra l'uomo, le comunità umane e l'acqua.
Il patrimonio culturale subacqueo è naturalmente molto vario. Troviamo sott'acqua i resti di antiche città che ora sono sommerse a causa di fenomeni geologici, pensiamo al bradisismo.
È stato calcolato che fino alla metà del XIX secolo circa un quinto del tonnellaggio mondiale veniva ogni anno perduto in mare. Quindi possiamo pensare che il più grande museo della storia dell'umanità si trova sul fondo del mare.
La consapevolezza dell'importanza del patrimonio sommerso certamente è andata di pari passo con lo sviluppo delle tecniche di immersione. I rischi per la conservazione del patrimonio sommerso si sono moltiplicati proprio con l'evoluzione della subacquea sportiva.
La Convenzione delle Nazioni Unite sul diritto del mare, il Montego Bay dell'82, senz'altro aveva rilevato la necessità di proteggere il patrimonio culturale subacqueo, però non riusciva in effetti a svolgere una vera protezione, soprattutto nelle acque internazionali.
Purtroppo la Convenzione delle Nazioni Unite sul diritto del mare fa salvo l'Admiralty Law, quel diritto dell'ammiragliato che consente al ritrovatore di diventare proprietario dell'oggetto ritrovato se non si conosce il proprietario. Che cosa significa? Libertà di pesca per il patrimonio culturale sottomarino e di commercializzazione del patrimonio culturale sottomarino.
Le nuove tecnologie facilitavano la possibilità di esplorare anche attraverso l'uso di sottomarini gli altifondali dove i relitti antichi sono meglio conservati e quindi si rischiava veramente di non poter controllare la conservazione di questo patrimonio.
Prima di iniziare il negoziato, io come esperto giuridico ho chiesto che cosa avrei dovuto fare, dove avrei dovuto concentrare i miei sforzi e il rappresentante del Ministero dei Beni Culturali mi ha dato una risposta sintetica: fai tutto quello che vuoi purché sia chiaro che non si possa venire nel Mediterraneo e saccheggiare il patrimonio.
Soltanto con la Carta di Siracusa si stabilirono delle norme, delle regole tra i paesi transfrontalieri. Queste prime norme e regole sono state scritte proprio dagli archeologi che a confronto stabilivano quale poteva essere il sistema migliore per tutelare questo patrimonio. Queste regole poi furono applicate nella Convenzione UNESCO.
Questa per noi è una rivoluzione, direi, copernicana. Per la prima volta si afferma in uno strumento giuridico che esiste la figura dell'archeologo subacqueo e che ha dei compiti ben precisi e che solo lui può dirigere, partecipare, coordinare un intervento sul patrimonio sommerso.
Gli archeologi sottomarini insistono sul fatto che la migliore protezione del patrimonio culturale sommerso è in situ.
Il concetto di conservazione in situ nasce proprio dall'eccezionalità della situazione in cui si trova il patrimonio sommerso. Ci si trova di fronte quasi ad una sorta di capsula temporale, un fermo immagine.
Conservare in situ non significa abbandonare sul fondale il patrimonio archeologico subacqueo, ma significa invece monitorarlo, valutare lo stato di conservazione, prevedere anche la valorizzazione in situ di questo patrimonio subacqueo.
L'Italia nel 2018 ha portato all'UNESCO la proposta di avvio di un progetto di cooperazione ai sensi della Convenzione. Dal 2020 ben 8 stati, coordinati dalla Tunisia, sono impegnati per cercare di elaborare un piano di conoscenza e protezione dell'area del Banco Scherchi. In un certo senso si è dato respiro ad un nuovo concetto, che è il concetto di mare regionale, un mare condiviso, un mare in cui sentire come proprio il patrimonio culturale sommerso.
Siamo l'Italia, siamo al centro del Mediterraneo, siamo al centro della civiltà, della cultura. Come non poter avere un'attenzione particolare su questa convenzione che abbiamo contribuito a scrivere, che abbiamo contribuito a far nascere.
Buongiorno.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for this kind invitation. I would like to thank Minister Franceschini. I would like to thank Dr. Pecci for this extraordinary opportunity. I really am honored to be here. And they say that as a journalist, I've always been working with archaeology in my television career, especially underwater archaeology. I have always worked at this topic that is extremely fascinating. But there is still a lot to explore about it. I chose an image to start this very, very brief introduction, and then I'm going to leave the floor to our prestigious speakers that are going to follow me. This image was taken on the 14th of December 1968, it was taken by the astronauts of the Apollo 8 mission, the first humans to circumnavigate the moon, the first humans to see the Earth from our satellite. This is an Earthrise. That was a mission that changed the shape and the course of history in an unmistakable way. The proportion between the sea and the Earth and the land is incredible. Our planet seen from the moon is blue. This clarified the importance of seas and oceans for the regulation of climate, for the production of food, for many coastal communities. But that also was important to understand that was the main area of transport of our planet. It had always been like that. And it also made it clear that that was the area where our memory, our heritage was kept, the most ancient memory of our civilization. It was a sort of huge underwater museum. It was our pioneers of archaeological surveys were already at work during those years. They already knew that that heritage was sunken. So thanks to technology and innovation, today we can still look at space and imagine our future there. And why are we still lagging behind so much in the exploration of the abyss? Why do we still consider our seas and oceans as something that is not that important, not that useful for our life, for our everyday life? But we know that it's not like that. Exploration, the history of underwater archaeology was written by explorers, academics, passionate humans, pioneers that at the time with very basic equipment started off to explore our seas. Today, thanks to technology, we can explore our seas in a more advanced way. So we need rules, we need agreements, and we're going to discuss this further today. We really need to protect and safeguard this heritage, but in order to do so, we need to know it. So in order to work in this, we need to know the history of our civilization. We need to understand it and the mechanisms of change of the moment, because every wreck, every site that we survey, that we research, that is a 0 point, because it's like a photograph of what happened at that time in our sea. So you see how important our heritage, our underwater heritage is for us. It was November 2021, and the international community signed an agreement, a convention to protect our underwater heritage, and this brought it to international attention, establishing the principles that were explained in the UN Convention on the Maritime Law. The sea needs laws and regulations. This convention has been so important over these 20 years, and Italy was a main actor in this initiative. This is a strategic initiative. We are at the center, at the heart of the Mediterranean, and Italy has always played a crucial role in this. So today we will discuss the efficacy, the effectiveness of this convention. And we also start a new decade that is so important for the oceans, the UN decade for oceans and sustainable development. But careful, we're going to talk about restoration, we're going to talk about conservation. And I really think that we should talk about this in terms of cross-cutting conventions. Every convention, every agreement must aim at obtaining more results. This is our duty today. This is our duty as active citizens and committed citizens. The Skerki Banks was mentioned. We are going to discuss this further today. I've been there many times on the Skerki Banks. I was lucky enough to share this experience with Professor Sebastiano Tusa. That Tusa is 0 Point. And world that looks so secret, so fascinating. It is so fascinating from many different points of views. That is the paradigm, the synthesis of this multidisciplinary approach, and we always have to consider that when we talk about the sea. So let's kick off these works. I leave the floor to Dr. Pecci to her introduction to the works, but first I am going to discuss I am going to introduce the career and the approach of our speakers. Maria Assunta Pecci is Director of the Service 2 of the UNESCO Office of the General Secretariat of the Ministry of Culture, responsible of the implementation of the conventions of cultural programs of UNESCO, of our material and immaterial heritage. It's a role she's played for a long time, with special attention to the aspects of education and culture at a national and international level, through the development of projects of training of young people that will have to be key and fundamental, especially in the phase 2 of this convention. She's always been working in the topics of the development of youth policies and development of territories. She's been scientific director of the project of the first Italian school in Hong Kong and the coordinator of the Progetto Scuola Paritaria Italiana of the Embassy of Beijing, for the Italian Embassy in China. So congratulations for all your work, congratulations for your achievements and for what you do and for the passion that still today you manage to convey to your colleagues. I've had the opportunity to exchange ideas with her, and I prepared with her this meeting, and I can assure all of you that hers is not only a job, it's also a passion. You have the floor, Dr. Pecci. Thank you. It's an honor to be introduced by Donatella Bianchi. I am a fan of her work. Linea Blu is something that we all watch in our family, so I really thank her for her work. She mentioned many interesting points. Among these, we also have the education of young people, young new generations. I've asked myself a question. What is the goal of organizing a conference like this one? It's complex. We have many guests, many countries connected and involved, and the answer is, besides the scientific level, besides the 2001 convention that must be shared and widespread, there is another very important element. When I was called by many schools, they told me, we are going to be connected because this is a very interesting experience. And that was a turning point to me. Today we have with us young people from many different schools, from Italy and probably from other countries in the world. Today, if we manage to convey, to tell these young people what it means to have a sunken memory, what it means to have in our seas, lakes and rivers, our identity, the cultural identity, this historic identity that helps us, that shapes our identity, that helps us be who we are. It's a special fascination of algae that cover vessels, vases, and many other things. That's the world. It tells us about who we are and where we want to go in the future. That's why this conference is so important, because it is an opportunity for exchange and knowledge. In order to do so, today we have the opportunity to shape the cultural geography of our identity, because if we don't understand what our identity is, what our legal framework of us and our countries, the best practices of other countries, then we cannot learn. I am proud to be Italian. I am proud of our work in underwater archaeology. I am proud of the fact that Italy took part in the 2001 convention. But I feel helped and supported by other states that made steps forward to protect and enhance and safeguard sunken heritage. They are an opportunity for us to monitor, to understand what is the status of our seas, of our oceans, of our lakes. They tell us about, also through the maintenance, the safeguarding, the conservation in situ of these precious objects. They tell us a lot about climate change as well, how much our seas and oceans are capable of preserving this precious heritage. It's not easy, it's not simple. We have a lot of technology that on the one hand helps us, shows us that we can really do a lot in this. The Romans were interested in this. Phoenicians, Egyptians, they had already tried to find regulations and laws to regulate maritime exchanges. Then today we have an opportunity. 20 years ago, in the 2001 convention, something extraordinary was achieved. This convention was extraordinary. It's revolutionary somehow because it talks about universality. It gives the opportunity to the member states not to erase their norms, but it's really helps states develop new norms because in situ preservation can be carried out. If we do so in a special way, we can preserve and conserve our heritage in the best possible way. Well, Italy has worked hard for this convention, and I believe that the initiatives of the UNESCO office and the minister himself really wanted to organize this conference. We made a documentary. We will create a leaflet, a brochure. These Kirky Banks initiatives. Well, these are all initiatives that tell us that we are here. We want to be here together with the UNESCO Secretariat that supported us so much in organizing this conference. Today we are going to make an extraordinary trip through many countries. We have the most important international experts that are going to tell us their stories, that are going to enable us to understand their own cultural identities, the identities that contribute to the cultural identity of humanity. We are all called to protect in our different capacities and our different fields. I don't want to steal time to those who are going to follow after me. I read the abstracts of the different interventions and speeches, and they are so interesting. But let me conclude mentioning someone, and especially a quote that really fascinated me when I was a young girl. And I want to dedicate this to the young boys and girls who are following us from the different schools. This heritage is yours. Keep it close. You must be curious about it. You must explore it. You must really try and explore our seabeds. You must be a sport always also in this sense, and you must give your contribution studying, deepening your knowledge, but always bearing in mind that illegality cannot exist. So I dedicate to you a quote by Jules Verne. He wrote in his most important book, he said, "It's tranquility. The despots on the surface can still fight and make horrors, but 30 feet under the water, their influence does not exist anymore, their power does not exist anymore. Live in the sea. Only there you have autonomy, there you have no owners, there you are free." Thank you so much. Thank you. The imagination of an author like Jules Verne, he managed to imagine all of this, but actually reality, the exploration is so much more. Where are we today? today we have very important signals. This meeting, the initiatives that the ministry is carrying out after years of silence, we overlooked our underwater archaeology for a long time, but it is important today to pay attention to it, to pay special attention to it. So what is the future of archaeological research in Italy? I am happy to talk with Barbara Davide. She is chairperson of this STAB 2001 convention since December 2020. This is a very important role. If you want to take the mic, I am going to very quickly tell something about her career. She is chairperson of the STB for the 2001 convention. She is a professor of the university, adjunct professor of the University of Roma Tre, where she teaches underwater archaeology. She worked at the preservation of underwater heritage since 2011. She's a researcher for many international research projects for archaeological research and preservation and conservation of our underwater heritage. Barbara. Between research, protection, valorization, enhancement, but innovation is going to be the keyword of your speech, I think. So you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you for these kind words of introduction. Can I start? If you can, please start my slides. Thank you. Today's event is dedicated to the celebration of the 20 years of the Convention of 2001 for the protection of underwater heritage, and it is a pleasure for me to start my presentation by focusing on two very important dates that are important for our Italian research. 2010 was the year where the convention entered into force with the ratification of our law 127, which was mentioned before. In 2020, the regulation of organization of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism it came into force, and the Superintendenza Nazionale for the Underwater Cultural Heritage was established in Taranto, and I was appointed chairperson. With this office that is specially dedicated to underwater heritage, according to Article 22 of the Convention, we wanted to give a new boost to the management of the protection and enhancement of our own underwater heritage under the Ministry of Culture. Considering the tasks of the superintendents, of the national superintendents, our strategy of intervention that we carried out in this first year of work has seen a synergy and collaboration with the Ministry of, with the offices of the Ministry that are involved for this protection, catalogation, and of our underwater heritage. We are also going to develop best practices, experimentation and use of new technologies for research, monitoring, and valorization. In this slide, you can see the offices we collaborate with, superintendencies, 3 central institutes. I see here with us Elena Calandra. She's chair of the Central Institute for Archaeology, the nucleus of underwater carabinieri that support us in the surveys of underwater activities. Outside the ministry, we have Navy, port authorities that are always present and collaborate with our offices. Over this year, I signed as national superintendent agreements with many institutions. Here we have universities of the Puglia region and the Puglia region itself, with whom we created a Euro-Mediterranean Center for Archaeology of Coastal Areas, and ISPRA, that is going to support us for the research and for the monitoring and protection of our underwater heritage. You see that our heritage is huge. We have 8,000 kilometers of coastline, 350 lakes, 7,500 rivers. Our actions are carried out in protected maritime areas that were mentioned by the General Director of MITE, and in which in the maritime area of Baia, we are especially active. Our actions are a wide range of actions for protection, catalogation, and in situ preservation of the heritage. I am going to focus now on some activities that we have that are going to take place in the future and are going to be the pillars of the future of this discipline. I'm talking in particular about cataloging of underwater heritage with the assessment of the risk of vulnerability and the risk of loss. It's a special type of catalog, and the conservation and in situ restoration of underwater artifacts. Monitoring and valorization of underwater heritage with the use of the IoT, Internet of Things, the future of new technologies in the maritime area. For the actions of protection and cataloging, we have started a national plan of study and georeferentiation of our underwater heritage that is especially connected to the planning of our maritime space and the charter of risk of our heritage. The cataloging of our maritime space sees us involved with the technical committees in the integrated management of coastlines in order to make sure that we use the maritime resources according to sustainable models in line with the respect of our underwater heritage and coastlines. The charter of risk of our underwater heritage was planned by the Central Office of Restoration. This is a very important tool for the conservation of our heritage, of our cultural heritage. According to this method work, we can make systemic interventions. We can develop a strategy in order to prevent damage. So this is a criterion for establishing the priorities. The knowledge of the georeferentiated distribution of the heritage is necessary to program and plan interventions aiming at their protection. So the level of risk that you can see on the risk map enables us to have a very clear communication of data. It is a very important tool to plan the activities of conservation. The chart of risk, the risk map, is contains the risk of 1,000 sites. Here you can see very quickly the phases of assessment after campaigns of restoration. They can be extremely detailed for each conservation project, and they can also include the use and exchange of data coming from other databases. You can see the databases of the bathymetry of ISPRA and other databases, like, for example, the tsunami risk. Here you can see how it is possible to imagine the possibility of having a tsunami, and you can imagine the coastlines that are at most risk. As it was mentioned before me, the superintendent takes part in the Skerki Bank project. My colleagues are going to discuss about this more in detail later. And we have started a research of this relic, of this artifact that was recovered at 780 meters under the sea. This is going to be a very important artifact also to develop new topics in underwater archaeology. Those research were carried out in the Otranto Channel, also thanks to the TAP, who funded the research, and we also have a new project to carry out more activities of recovery, also especially considering the importance of this artifact. The new technologies that we experimented in the Blue Mand project for the in situ conservation, valorization, enhancement of our underwater heritage are shared in the context of a recent European project that was funded and the superintendency is partner of this project, and this enables us to share with our partner countries. In this case, we have Albania, Montenegro, Greece, of course, with which we shared a lot during the experimentation phase of these new technologies in the Blue Mand context. This will enable us to work with these countries in planning new sustainable ways of preserving our cultural heritage. Another project, to conclude my brief speech, is the MUSAS project, Museums of Underwater Archaeology. This is financed by Pop Cultura, by the Ministry of Culture. This saw the development of special systems of underwater visits with augmented reality and monitoring systems, in situ monitoring systems that were carried out under my direction in the field in the context of the project that was coordinated by ICR. As I was saying, it is financed by the Ministry of Culture. In this project, we use Internet of Things, is new technology. In my opinion, this really will be the future of underwater heritage. You can see here a screenshot of the tablets that our divers can use underwater. You can move with this system of transmission of data, of sharing of data. You can move underwater as if you were diving. It's a GPS, and you can see augmented reality directly underwater. So you see the underwater monument as it is today and the reconstruction of it in the past. This is the reconstruction of the Baia area. I don't have much time, but this is an image of the diver with the tablet in the moment when he explores. How do we work with these new technologies? You can see it in this brief video.
But today, we can listen to its voice. WSense, a deep tech startup born in La Sapienza University, has built the first underwater Internet of Things. A network of nodes containing high-performance acoustic modems integrated with a variety of environmental sensors. A disruptive technology that can deeply transform the way we explore the underwater environment in real time. The Italian Ministry of Cultural Heritage, in collaboration with the High Institute of Conservation and Restoration, funded the project MUSAS. Underwater Archaeology Museums. A series of nodes carrying sensors for CO2, salinity, temperature, as well as webcams were set on the sea floor in the Gulf of Pozzuoli and Ignazia, where some of the Italian archaeology treasures lie. The network will monitor and protect them from the effects of climate change. But underwater IoT can also help to find new solutions, providing precious clues to implement activities that limit our carbon emission in the atmosphere. A reliable, cost-effective technology catching every breath of the ocean.
sì, è il futuro.
This is the future of research, protection, and monitoring of heritage data, of underwater heritage, and the valorization, the enhancement, especially in situ. We see the synergy between scientists, archaeologists, marine biologists to work together for these goals in order to protect our heritage for the future. Thank you.
Grazie, dottoressa.
Thank you, Dr. David. The future is here. Many of you, I think, you know that there is no better experience than diving on the mosaics that we just saw in the Baia site. So enhancing, organizing the visit to these sites besides their protection to enhance, to show their value so that knowledge can help the protection and conservation. France is extremely committed in protecting their underwater heritage. Now I'd like to connect with Arnaud Chamas. I think he's here with us. He's connected. I hope he can hear me. He's director of the Department of Underwater Archaeological Research of the French government. You, as Italians, have believed for a long time in this institutional work that is proving important today, and it was strengthened by this convention. France was one of the first countries that built a legal framework of protection of underwater heritage. Mr. Chamas, you have the floor. Can you hear me? Thank you so much for inviting me to this important day. This is an opportunity for us to see the progress that we made over the last 20 years since the ratification of this convention. Over this 70 years ago, this discipline started. As you said, France and Italy have always been extremely committed in the creation of this scientific discipline. We made individual research, and now it is a common research, and especially Italy and France have always been reference points, not only of the discipline, but also of the work of cooperation. I'm thinking about Fernand Bourneau in France, and I'm thinking about Dino Lambolini in Italy. Without their commitment, everything that was created to reach the ratification of this convention would have been more complicated and longer, more difficult to achieve. We needed a method, we needed tools, scientific tools. So the idea of archaeologists, of our divers, were very important. Their contribution was very important. As you said, France was one of the first countries that created a national service for a national protection for underwater, for the protection of underwater heritage. In 1996, we paved the way for this legal framework. The idea of a service of protection of everything that can be considered in terms of protection of the heritage, protecting it from its exploitment, raising awareness among the general public, and drafting the essence of the 2001 convention. France was a little bit slower in the ratification. It was the 42nd country to ratify the convention. But it was very important for us, a very important step. I believe that the representatives of UNESCO and our Mediterranean partners know very well that DRASM and the Ministry of Culture of France are fully committed in this. DRASM was the first specialized service and the first vessel it had the first vessel, specialized vessel. Our Italian colleagues had the opportunity to make archaeological research even before France. André Malheureux was brave enough to choose. At the time, it was easier. He decided to build in a few months a vessel dedicated to research. Since 1997, during the entire 90s decade, it played a crucial role in underwater archaeology, and then it was replaced by a more modern vessel in 2012. Since that year, this new vessel replaced it. The name is Alfred Merlin. He is one of the fathers of the discipline in France. It's really evocative in terms of Mediterranean cooperation. He was director of the antiquities in Tunisia. He was responsible for these exchanges in 1907. So developing a legal framework is absolutely fundamental. We have the opportunity to support each other in terms of developing legislation. In 1861, a first draft with the introduction of RACs, production of RACs in the French law was introduced. This was the first attempt against the system of concessions, of licensing, At that time, the word archaeology was included in our French law, in our national law. This legal element was not enough, though, because the wrecks, the abandoned wrecks, needed not only to be defined, but also to be protected. It's a definition, though, that didn't encompass other monuments, other lost heritage. It was a way of acting, an approach that didn't consider the in situ restoration. That's why in 1989, we have developed a tool to protect our heritage in France. And this is absolutely this is absolutely in line with the international definition of the convention. This text of 1989 is very important because besides this notion, it modifies the law on archaeology. Since 1989, the protection of underwater cultural heritage it doesn't rest anymore with the Navy, but it rests with the Ministry of Culture. So at that time, we recognized the importance of this discipline. DRASM works at the protection, research, enhancement of underwater cultural heritage on our almost 20,000 kilometers of coastlines in France, especially also beyond seas. This is the protection of our heritage. I'm going to get back to this. This is one of our priorities, scientific and educational priorities. Among these, we also have the protection of maritime space besides the coastline, because Transma has competence on our territorial sea and the adjacent area. On our exclusive economic areas, but France hasn't yet included in its internal law the 2001 Convention for priority for agenda reasons. So we cannot still make preventive archaeological operations, and this is a scientific challenge that we'll have to face in the future. The DRASM needs a fluid organization, a flexible organization to meet the different needs. We have appointed responsibles for the different tasks that must be performed. We have a file of management and protection of our coastline, and it identifies an entry. This is an entry to the DRASM. This is to make sure that the protection of our heritage must be part of the agenda of each French administration. To date, DRASM studied more than 1,500 archaeological sites in France and beyond seas. We have 250,000 archaeological cultural goods that are kept in several museums in our country. The first challenge is to manage and map our knowledge. So we must make a reflection that is common, it is cross-cutting. We must develop IT tools, mapping tools that meet our needs, the needs that are common to everyone. It is important to share information, to share best practices, to share tools, because going beyond what we can do on our own, in our own countries, we must really share it with other member states of the convention that still do not have any dedicated service, that still don't have the means. Therefore, we share our technology, our knowledge. Mapping is particularly important in this sense. I'm sorry, we have a technical problem. I had some slides to share with you, but unfortunately I can't. On this archaeological map, we have challenges for the future. That is the development of preventive archaeology, both terrestrial and maritime. France has developed a special method. Before starting any kind of works, this method, we want to share it with the Secretariat of the 2001 Convention, because the practice of preventive archaeological assessment, so prior to the definition of a project, this enables to bring together the many different scientists and responsibles of the projects to coordinate. So this is a very good tool for the in situ preservation. This is the absolute priority. for France. The second challenge for the future is the work of enhancement. The consequences of climate change in this field are particularly hard on the sea and coastlines. We've been part of special university careers, training programs, and we have a special method to intervene on our coastline. In particular, along with our French community beyond seas, that is particularly affected by climate change. We need to also carry out cross-cutting initiatives. We have to look at the ocean as a global system, something that has to do with all of us. We are going to prepare the International Summit of Ocean Protection. It's going to take place in Brest next year. So we are going to really work hard in the initiatives that are going to be proposed in the UN decade for the sustainable development of oceans. This is a challenge that we share with many other actors. Another challenge is the deep sea. In France, and in partnership with other universities, we are developing technological tools that aim at reaching the deep sea, so beyond 1,000 meters. So I wanted to share with you today that in January, the Alfred Merlin vessel will arrive in Corse in order to put a plaque at 1,000 meters on the coastline of Corsica in order to send a message that we can protect these wrecks, we can protect this heritage that in the deep sea. These are tools that make part of that are part of the convention, and I want to conclude by underlining the commitment of France and other states like Italy in the Scherchi Banks project. The Alfred Merlin vessel played a crucial role. We are going to carry out a campaign in situ in 2022. France is going to give its technical staff and the Alfred Merlin vessel. We hope that the pandemics will be over and we will be able to really work hard in this with all our tools. I will conclude by saying that you can count on our participation in the education programs, in the training programs for divers, and in the awareness raising of young people. We had the opportunity of building with Les Mercier a professional master's degree dedicated to this. And in France, we also have an expertise. We've had it for many years of European days dedicated to heritage. And this experience must be shared with the different actors in order to grow together. Share it with the public, because if we don't raise young people's awareness, the new generation's awareness, this commitment, this wonderful commitment, will be worthless. Thank you so much.
Merci, Mr. Chomas.
Thank you, Dr. Chomas. I would please ask the speakers to respect the time frame they have been allocated, 10 minutes per speech. So this will enable us to go towards the end of the session on time. We have Martin Mendes now. He's a marine archaeologist, director of the International Program for Underwater Heritage at the Cultural Heritage Agency in the Netherlands. From 2012, the agency has focused on the organization of the work and the management of wrecks from Dutch shipwrecks, but especially in terms of wrecks abroad. And I think he is going to talk about that in his speech. Dr. Martin Menders, I would like to connect with him. And please, if you could respect your time frame, 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me? Wait 1 second. Can you see my screen, or is it half?
Yes, you can start, please.
Is it all good? All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me. And congratulations, all of you, with the 20 years of this Convention for the Protection of the Underwater Cultural Heritage. And yes, indeed, there is so much to say about what we have been doing the last 10 years, more or less. So I'll just go very quickly to what we have been doing and what our ideas are for the following coming years. I just want to get back to you very shortly to how we have developed an international program for maritime heritage. And for that, we have to go back to 2007. And as many other countries probably have seen or probably have experienced before, is that there was a lot of fluctuation in the budgets of cultural heritage management. And in 2007, we ended up in having 30,000 euros for all the underwater cultural heritage in the country. That was, of course, not functional anymore. So we wrote a large plan, an official plan, and we asked for a permission to start rebuilding our underwater cultural heritage, because we are a maritime nation and we are very much connected to our underwater cultural heritage. And so this was granted by our minister, and in 2012 we started a maritime program, which included the protection and management of the underwater cultural heritage in the Netherlands and also abroad, which we were very happy with. We have now a database of 60,000 points, of which at least 3,000 are already valued sites, historically valued sites. So an enormous amount of work in the Netherlands. But I would like to focus a little bit on the International Program for Maritime Heritage, which we started up in 2016. And that's because now we talk in an international community, and I want to show you what we did and how we connected to other countries in this. So what were our goals with this international program? We wanted to collect information about our past and to make it accessible for others for the purpose of understanding, debate, and management. We also had a responsibility for the management of the Dutch shipwrecks abroad, which were the Dutch shipwrecks with a sovereignty. And it is sometimes a complex issue when we talk about ownership of shipwrecks, but we can turn it around and use it for a very positive meaning. And this is actually what we did. So we own, or we claim the ownership from the Netherlands for the Dutch East Indiaman, West East Indiaman, Admiralty, and Navy ships. And so this is basically what we also was our task. Besides that, we started to connect with countries where we had a lot of heritage in common with. Most of them were former colonies. And we also started to take on the responsibility of shipwrecks abroad that were not state-owned, but were very important for the Dutch history. So with that, we still had a lot of sites that we had to responsibility with. So we started to make a plan on how to prioritize our work. And this is basically how our priority list looks like. I'll go quickly through it, but maybe my presentation can be shared later on. So there were good things that we did these things. So we created the basis for knowledge. We delivered information for debate. We had an ownership task from the government, central government, but there were also questions from coastal state on our underwater cultural heritage on the sites, the Dutch sites, and we were also had some sites that had a lot of urgency because of the fact they were going to be looted, for example. So this was the way we prioritized our work, and for this we have been working with. Inside the Netherlands, different ministries, foreign affairs, defense, internal affairs, education, culture and science. And we had cooperation with coastal states, knowledge partners and international organizations. And we became very inclusive in our activities. Which not only was very functional, it was also very learningful and also a joy to work with all these people. So we created tools for management within these 9 years, and those were tools for policy and law. So we had a new heritage law, mind you, since 1988 only we had the protection of the underwater cultural heritage in place, but there was no way to do any law enforcement. It was too complicated, so that was cleared. And now we're going towards the ratification of the UNESCO Convention. I can already tell you that in 2022 we will be having everything arranged for our inclusion, for our ratification. We always want to do the things first in our country before we do the ratification. And in early 2023, I'm told we are joining the big family. So that's a joyful fact, I guess. And we have also been active in UN resolutions, for example, for war graves. So we do a lot of cooperation within the ministries, coastal and flag states. And we try to enhance our quality through the Dutch national quality standards, but also implementing the UNESCO annex, which was developed by the ICUJ ICOMOS in 1996 and now was almost fully implemented into the UNESCO Convention. And we do training. So just to give you a short overview, these are the countries that we have been working in the last couple of years, and I'll go very quickly through all these projects that we have been actively working on, just to show you the enormous amount of works that was not only done in the Netherlands, but also outside of the Netherlands. And for a lot of countries, we also did bilateral agreements like the Memoranda of Understandings with different countries. So we created with also sometimes the UNESCO, I will come back to that, platforms for exchange of knowledge. And I show you in the last about 3 minutes that I have some examples of projects that we have been doing internationally. One of them is the Rooswijk 7040 project. We were actually on the short list of a UK prize on a dissemination of this project. It's a VOC, a Dutch East Indiaman that sank in front of the coast of England. So we have a responsibility as the owner of the wreck. Historic England has a responsibility as the owner of the land. And jointly, we started an excavation because the site was threatened and it was of high significance. And we included not only archaeologists, but up to even school kids and people with different expertise. So it has been, we have had training for 170 people within this project, which is still ongoing. It shows you how countries can, here you can see the amount of people that have been included into this project. we, and you may have know about this, or you may know about this, there are the big World War II wrecks that are disappearing in the seas because of the fact that the metal is very valuable. It is low radiation metal, which can be used for example, medical instruments. And there was a big outcry from especially the descendants of the people that died on these World War II wrecks, not only Dutch, but also Australian, American, and UK and Japanese wrecks. And therefore, it was a political dossier, and we were involved as cultural heritage managers in this issue, and actually had to be the responsible ministry to manage investigation about the disappearance of the site, and also the way on how to protect these sites. So cultural heritage became the main issue in cooperation with different Asian countries, and not the military part of it, because there were military graves. But we did everything through cultural heritage. And this is how you can see how cultural heritage can be important as an issue in cultural diplomacy. So I go very quickly through it because of the time. We have been working bilateral with, for example, Australia, protecting our underwater cultural heritage, like here, the Batavia on the west side of Australia. But also we have been working with Cuba, sharing cultural heritage of 21 wrecks that we know already. And during our investigations underwater, we have been doing training with the Cubans together. We have done a wreck count, which actually ended up in 2,300 wrecks in international waters that we found, of which 1,600 are Dutch owned. And so we have mapped everything, which is very important. And it was a public, political issue. And actually, I want to show you two other slides, and then I stop just to keep it within the time. The first thing is the database that we have made, Mass Cultural Heritage of a Cultural Erfgoed.nl. You can see it below, where we have added all our wrecks that we are jointly managing with the coastal states. So just go in there and find all this information about the wrecks. Even there are films on it, because this is a way to show this to the public. A remark that I want to make: shipwrecks are just more than cultural heritage. They're sometimes important for the biodiversity underwater. They are sometimes war graves, so they have a commemorative value. And therefore, this is not only difficult, it is important to realize that these different values are ways of connecting with other disciplines in the protection of our underwater cultural heritage, and that's what we are searching for. Thank you very much, and I give back the floor to Rome.
Grazie del contributo.
Thank you very much for your contribution. We couldn't really see your PowerPoint. It was frozen here on our screens, so we do hope that you can send it over and we can see it later. Now, you have said something very important. I would like to quote something from your presentation, because I always like to see how we in our country can summarize all the potential and the big opportunities that we have in terms of investigations, research investigation. And I would like to recall one of our projects with the Ministry of Culture and the Italian Navy, as RAI Television Network, to tell the story of the First World War in occasion of the 100th anniversary. So we joined forces to try and map and carry out shoot a documentary, which was broadcasted on the first channel of RAI, to describe how much we have discovered, how much we know about the wrecks, and we investigated some of the wrecks we had lost track of. And this was possible thanks to our joint work with Rai Storia and the historical channel of Rai, the Italian Navy, and the Ministry of Culture. So we were able to get this extraordinary outcome to tell the story of something that had never been studied before. The First World War was always defined as a trench war, so it was, but it had a maritime component, which was very important, and we tried to talk about that by making an effort and activate actually and involve the Italian Navy to investigate some of the wrecks we had lost track about. And it's really important to recall these outcomes, especially when they come out of a joint work, and we are proud of it. So this now takes me to the Adriatic region and to the Adriatic Sea, because we have another presentation about the underwater cultural heritage in Eastern Adriatic. Our next speaker is Mladen Pesic from the International Center for Underwater Archaeology of Zara in Croatia. Please.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank UNESCO and the Ministry of Culture for organizing this important meeting, and all the presenters that are going to present today. First, I have to apologize because maybe there will be some background noise. I have some construction works just in front of my window, so I hope that they won't disturb us too much. I will share my presentation. Is it okay to see it?
Sì, benissimo.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will have a short presentation about research, protection, and presentation of underwater culture here in Eastern Mediterranean, Eastern Adriatic, but of course focusing on Croatia, as I come from Croatia. On the occasion of 20th anniversary of 2001 convention, I have to say that this is one of the important events that that is organized during this year. Okay. Regarding regarding the history of Adriatic, we can say that from prehistoric times, Eastern Adriatic coast has been part of maritime transportation route, and it was strongly connected to the Mediterranean. We can see this from the many archaeological evidence that we found underwater, but also on land. From early Neolithic period, you can see that there are even in Croatian islands some material that is not domestic to Croatia, as obsidian stones, for example. But also we can see the import of Daunian and Netic pottery from Italy, which dates from 8th to the 5th century. And of course, Greek colonization that dates from 4th to the 3rd century BC, when southern part of the Adriatic was inhabited by the Greek colonizers. This proves that these connections pass from the early prehistoric period, but continues to the Roman period, when we found even Greek or Italian amphora and Lamboida II amphoras, which are really common in Adriatic. Of course, this continues even to the medieval period, and especially to the post-medieval period, when we have again many evidences occurring in Eastern Adriatic. When we are talking about geographical flank, we can say that Eastern Adriatic coast is divided between different states, but Croatia covers big area of the Adriatic. We have territorial sea more than 31,000 square kilometers, which consists of more than 1,244 islands, islets, rocks, and reefs. Coastal border, including the islands, is more than 6,000 kilometers. So this is a really huge area which consists many underwater cultural heritage monuments. From the beginning of underwater research in Croatia, we can say that it started really early, even in 1960s, when it became evident that underwater archaeological sites were very much threatened by robbery and devastation, and that it was necessary to adopt proper legislation to protect underwater cultural heritage. You can see some pictures of early surveys or early documentation that dates from the 60s. Shows that underwater archaeologists in Croatia the importance of documentation really for developing of underwater research and protection, legal acts were parallelly adopted. And we can say that Croatia was third country to ratify the UNESCO 2001 convention, which happened in 2004. As we said, parallel to the, or even before UNESCO convention, Croatia had a law on protection and preservation of cultural property, which also includes the underwater cultural heritage. But parallel to this, different regulations for the performing of underwater activities and archaeological research was adopted by Croatia, and these are some regulations that all the scientists have to follow if trying to make some kind of documentation or research in underwater archaeology. From the 1990s, the Croatian Minister of Culture and Media, as it's called today, is in charge of the managing and funding of the underwater research and protection of cultural heritage. Today, there are different institutions under Minister of Culture that conduct this kind of research. We can name them, it's Croatian Conservation Institute, their Department for Underwater Archaeology, different archaeological museums in Zadar, Pula, Split, Dubrovnik, Šibenik, or smaller museums in Umag, Hvar, or Lošinj. Of course, there are universities. We can namely say that University of Zadar is dealing also underwater research, and of course our institute, International Center for Underwater Archaeology in Zadar. Just shortly to remind you, maybe you already know, but the most important monuments of Croatian underwater cultural heritage, I can name 3 of them here because they are excavated and now presented within museums along Croatian coast. One of them is a famous ship, Condura Croatica, that dates from 11th to the 12th century. 2 of these ships were excavated in Nin, a small village near Zadar, and now presented in archaeological in Zadar or collection. There are famous Croatian ships, historic ships that were mentioned even by the Emperor Constantine Porphyrogenit as one of the ships that consisted of Croatian war fleet, let's say. Medieval shipwreck in the island, near the island Nalic, is also really famous. The excavation started also during 60s, but nowadays they continue, and it is presented in a small museum in Biograd na Moru. It's a ship that transported goods from Venice to the Ottoman Empire. And of course, one of the most important monuments that we found in Croatia is Apoxiomenos, unique Roman copy of the Greek sculpture of the athlete that was found near Lošinj, in a small island near Lošinj, and now presented in Lošinj Museum. So basically, these are monuments that are presented in museums, and they're really important heritage of underwater cultural heritage in Croatia. Different research are conducted by institutions, as this too short time to mention all of them. We can maybe namely say some of our research, just 2 of them, several shipwrecks that we have been documenting and excavating. Of course, they are still remained in situ after documentation of their hull structures. One of them is, let's say, Vapuljaš shipwreck near Zadar, which consisted of North African import in Croatia from the 5th century. There are several shipwrecks that come from the Uljeva site, dating from 1st century BC to 17th century AD. Important shipwreck Veruda, which is basically a ship that was sunk by the Croatian pirates. And maybe we can mention Roman ship in 4th century in Šolta. There were also many survey activities in Adriatic coast, and today we can say that there are more than 600 registered underwater sites in Croatia, which are really important. Diving in these registered sites and protected areas is regulated by the special regulations, and it is forbidden to dive on them without license of the Ministry of Culture. At the moment, there are 184 sites that are permanent protected in Register of Cultural Goods of the Republic of Croatia. They have special treatment, let's say, in cultural properties. 35 of the sites in Croatia in these sites, it's possible to make divings, but it is regulated by the permissions, prohibitions, and obligations of concessionaires. It's a way of specific way that cultural heritage is presented to the wider public, to the tourists, but this job is, let's say, transferred to the diving clubs. So basically, diving clubs have the permissions from the state that is for 4 years. They have to pay the state a certain amount of money, but they have possibilities to take tourists and all the interested parties to visit the underwater cultural heritage sites. Of course, diving clubs have the responsibility to maintain the sites in proper way, not to disturb them, and to protect them from any damaging. So few of the sites, just can show some of them. Maybe one of the most visited sites is the Baron Gauch shipwreck dated from 1914, situated in the northern part of Croatia near Rovinj. Of course, there are some other Second or First War shipwrecks that are also regularly visited by the tourists. And there are some of the shipwrecks that date from the early period, that means from the Roman times. We can see one of them relatively newly discovered here on the bottom. We cannot not mention the protected areas with metal cages, which come within these 34 sites. They are implemented in Croatia since 1990s. And they should be so safe way of protection of cultural heritage. I will show that it is not always like this, but the idea is that these sites are available to the tourists without any possibilities to disturb them because they are protected with cages. Different presentation methods of underwater cultural heritage is shown in Croatia. Most of them are smaller museums or smaller exhibitions that you see in different cities and different smaller towns, mostly presenting the amphoras, which is the most common find in the Adriatic. We can here maybe just name a few of them. You can see them in Hvar, Vis, Novalja. We have also a gallery of underwater archaeology shows our results of our researches. In recent times, we try to make some kind of access for wider public, not only for the divers, and it is done by the 3D visualization of different sites that makes closer to the wider public the areas or the sites as they should look like in history. And there are some examples of the archaeological parks that are trying to be organized in Croatia. One of them is Vizula in northern part of Croatia. And of course, new methods of underwater cameras that are trying to be implemented underwater in a way that the wider public can have some kind of access without diving to the different sites. Of course, these are just the beginnings. And in future, I think that these methods will be common in our presentation of the cultural heritage. I would just like to mention some challenges that we have in protection of underwater cultural heritage. We know that UNESCO Convention is protecting underwater cultural heritage in a way that it is right, but the problem sometimes gets that in practical way we still are facing some challenges that are not solved all in our, let's say, country. One of these challenges is collecting of the underwater cultural heritage and taking them from the seabed, although this is legally not, it's forbidden legally and it's punishable by the law and by different punishments. This is something that is still happening, and in future we'll have to try to think about ways how to change this. Even worse is illegal trafficking, which is still ongoing even in Croatia. We often can see even now in advertisements that people are trying to sell cultural heritage from underwater. Some of them are caught by the police or by the competent authorities, but some of them remain still free, let's say. One of these fresh example that we established last year is exactly in one of the sites which is created by the page. It's called Mala site that was excavated, that was documented during the early 2000s. it consisted about 100 amphoras, Roman shipwreck with from second century, with amphoras, anchors, and ship's kitchen, and all together. Completely preserved shipwreck, which was, because of its importance, preserved with protected with a metal cage. But unfortunately, it did not enter into the concession system because no diving clubs were near them, and this is why no visitors were coming here. And basically, it was not protected in a way that somebody is regularly diving on the site. But unfortunately, the diver that found out this shipwreck in the beginning, he informed us that, or he informed Ministry of Culture and us that the site is disturbed. And last year we went to survey the site, and we established that 44 out of 110 amphoras that were on site were taken. They were stolen, and somebody broke in the side of the cage and took all of the cultural property. And basically, this action that they did is not the act of the single person. It has to be some kind of organized crime that we...
La prego di concludere.
Please, I would ask you to conclude your speech. Thank you.
I'm just finished. Everything was reported to the police, and of course, we are now waiting for the results. This is just to conclude, to think about for the next 20 years of the UNESCO Convention. We have to think for the proper ways how not only to protect it in writings, but in practical way. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, once again, to all the following speakers, please do respect the 10 minutes that were allocated to you. We saw once again that there are no deterrents to limit the illegal traffic of artifacts. We really need to make a stronger effort to despite the fact that over the last few years we have worked on this hardly, but we need to work more. We need more controls. We need to use technology and resources to protect as much as possible in situ, because this is the line that everyone is following, the important underwater cultural heritage. The Convention of UNESCO that we celebrate today deals with the protection of underwater cultural heritage, considering all cultural heritage that are situated partially or completely underwater. Now I leave the floor to Bill Jeffrey, University of Guam Associate Professor. He's an anthropologist. He's worked for 20 years in Australia before moving to the Micronesia Federated States. He works in indigenous traditional heritage, in particular the living heritage in Oceania. He underlines how maritime environments can reflect cultural identities. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good evening from the other side of the world. And I'm going to be talking about something totally different from what's been heard from the last hour or so. I'll just share my screen. Can you hear me and see my screen, full screen? Okay. Yes. Thank you. So thank you very much for the invitation to speak. It's a great honor to be here with you at this time. I'll be talking about the Yappies Atch, an underwater cultural heritage combining living heritage and traditional ecological knowledge. And you see here some 2 or 3 of the Atch. So the location of my topic is the island state of Yap, and you can see it here on the map. It's located in the Northwest Pacific, part of remote Oceania. It's an island state, one of 4 states of the Federated States of Micronesia. It comprises 4 volcanic islands, providing a coastline of about 100 kilometers in length, which houses the capital, Colonia, and about 2/3 of its citizens. and seen here at the lower left down here. Yap State also extends 800 kilometres east, containing 7 small coralline islands, 130 atolls, and about 3,800 outer islanders where they live. Only the volcanic islands, though, have the stonewall tidal fish weirs, which called Atch. The Yap is called Atch. It's a tidal fish weir. And I live in Guam, which is about an hour-and-a-half flight from it. So while I think Yap should be famous for its fish weirs, it is the stone money called Rai, quarried in Palau and transported back to Yap on rafts towed behind these traditional canoes that it is famous for. The timing of this trade was from about 600 years ago to the 1930s. It is the Yapese outer islanders who were guiding these 450-kilometre voyages, and they have become world-renowned as master canoe builders, sailors and wayfinders, and which have recently been nominated for listing on the UNESCO Safeguarding the ICH Convention. Today, there are about 13,000 stone money discs in Yap. You see some of them here. Many in stone money banks. This is a bank being reconstructed here. The stone money is still used today for some purposes. It doesn't move from the bank if it's used, just the owner is changed. And it's the history behind the particular stone money that makes it valuable, and not so much its size. There is also an underwater cultural heritage connection with the stone money. Oral histories describe these incidents, and the descendants of the original owners can still use them, just like those in a stone money bank. Yap is also famous for its many other forms of living heritage, such as its traditional chanting and dancing, some having a maritime connection, such as sailing and navigating in canoes. It is the estimated 800 fish weirs called Atch are located on the extensive reef flat around the 4 volcanic islands. So you can see here the tide has actually gone out and the fish will come in normally. Spirits in the form of humans, and in one case an eel, built the first 7 Atch to show Yappies how to build them, as well as how to fish in a sustainable manner. There are also several customs and taboos today that you need to abide by when building and using the Atch. The Atch are made of thousands of basalt rocks, maybe take 2 or 3 years to build something like this one here. It could be about 100 metres long. And fish come into the arrow-shaped chamber when the tide comes in and feed on the seagrass meadows, and then trapped when the tide goes out. A total of 450 Atch have been located out of the 800, and 46 mapped in detail. 12 different styles and shapes were found. They are built to suit different ecological zones in Yap and to catch certain types of fish. Some have symmetrical chambers at the end of the shaft, some do not, as shown here. This has been worked out by Yappies from studying fish behaviour and in its particular ecological zone and the currents. The central shaft shown here running out from the shore, from the coastline, and the long side of the chamber help to guide fish into the chamber and enter through the gates either side of the central shaft. In some cases, you can find double or even triple Atch close to shore, located in the seagrass meadows. And close to shore, you'll catch a variety of fish called rabbitfish, emperor, needlefish, goatfish, and maybe even some barracuda, trevally, and parrotfish. Parrotfish is a favourite. Yappies can use the Atch in a passive manner, where they collect fish from the inside the chamber and put it into a weir basket, or use them in an active manner, where numerous people can help drive fish into the chambers, as you can see here in these 100-year-old photographs. Fish are shared, and a tribute of fish given to the family and the owner of the Atch and the village chief. In keeping with their spiritual nature of being a sustainable fishing practice, Atch are only used at certain times for particular occasions and by approved people. Young men often gather in a flue, this one here, a traditional men's meeting house, often built alongside where an atch is built to help feed the men that have gathered there. Further away from the coastline, but still on the reef flat, the atch are made into some extraordinary shapes. They can be built adjacent to or incorporate deep blue holes and can be actively or passively fished. Here, reef fish such as grouper, trevally, parrotfish, barracuda, sharks, and sometimes even turtle are caught. Some of the stone walls are built to let water through, as seen here, so as to not greatly be impacted by the swells. The bottom lower rocks are laid flat to form a good foundation for this. So this is about 1 metre, 1.5 to 2 metres high. That's about average. This is another atch for about 2 kilometres offshore where basalt rocks are not readily available. So they are built of limestone with a few heavier basalt rocks sitting on top. The remains of a device called a may, seen here as upright metal rods, obviously not traditional, but shows what it would have been like. But it's missing the thin bamboo strips that are pointed inward and help to let fish enter the chamber, but hinder their escapes. This atch is obviously seen at high tide when fish can readily escape. On the outer edge of the reef flat, about 3 kilometres offshore, a number of atch can be found. Remains of some older non-maintained atch, so as here, can be seen, as well as the whitewater on the edge of the reef. They are designed both for passive and active fishing, utilising many men helping to drive fish into the chambers when the water is running out. We initiated this illustration drawn by a Yapese artist of an atch based on our surveys and the owner's description. We only saw a few rocks, but it gave us the basic shape and the gate rocks either side of the shaft. He told us of a hut placed over the small chamber to stop the fish from overheating from the sun. Not wanting to catch any more fish, the atch is opened up at the back of the atch here, where you can see a man relocating rocks to let fish come and go, to make them feel them home. It was a nice little saying I got from Yapese when I was there. So in summing up, the maintenance of the traditional ecological knowledge that was built up in building and maintaining and using the atch and has been passed on to generations is one of the main reasons for their revival today. Several village communities are working together to ensure this is a community response in wanting to preserve their living heritage, to fish sustainably, and in association with the conservation of the marine ecology. The Yapese atch is an excellent example of underwater cultural heritage with the connection to living heritage and with traditional ecological knowledge, the equivalent of our ecological science. The Federated States of Micronesia has ratified the UNESCO Convention on the Protection of Underwater Cultural Heritage, the first country in remote Oceania to do so. And part of the reason for the ratification was the need to highlight the preservation of traditional Indigenous underwater cultural heritage and all that it brings with it. So I'd just like to say thank you very much to UNESCO and the Ministry of Culture in Italy.
Thank you very much for your contribution. As Dr. Pecci said at the beginning, we are really going around the world and we can move on. We don't want to steal time to our speakers. Let's move on to Australia. We'll see the regional commitments and the regional work of Australia in the preservation of underwater cultural heritage. We should have Dr. Andrew Viduka, Department of Agriculture, Water and Environment of Australian Government. He's a marine archaeologist. He should be connected. Mr. Viduka, you have the floor.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name's Andrew Viduka, and I shall be briefly talking about Australia's regional engagement in underwater cultural heritage, and I mean briefly. So to get started here, just to start, I'd really like to acknowledge that I'm speaking from the traditional land of the Ngunnawal people, and I'd like to pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging, and to any other traditional custodians who are online or in Rome today. I'd also like to thank UNESCO, the Ministry of Culture and the Conference Committee for the invitation to participate in this year's 20th year celebration of the convention, and to thank other speakers who are contributing to make this celebration. Today we've been asked to speak about the potential prospects for the convention both nationally and regionally. Before I do that, I'll briefly introduce underwater cultural heritage management in Australia for context. I'll then talk about some underwater cultural heritage activities that the Australian government have been engaged in regionally. And lastly, I'll give you an update on the potential of Australia's ratification and prospects for the convention region. Australia is a federation of states and territories with a Commonwealth government called the Australian Government. In 1964, the Western Australian Government introduced amendments to the Museum Act to protect the discovered shipwrecks off its coast. In 1976, the Australian government brought in national legislation to protect shipwrecks everywhere around the country, and this legislation was the Commonwealth Historic Ships Act. Since 1983, the Australian government with the states, and territory have collaborated in delivery of activities delegated under the Shipwrecks Act to the senior heritage official in each state in the Northern Territory who is responsible for legislation in their waters. Today, 7,500 shipwrecks are protected by the legislation, and most can be dived without permit. Only 28 sites are located in protected areas that require a permit to dive. The Act also protects approximately 500,000 associated artefacts that are recovered from underwater cultural heritage sites. The national program that coordinates the delivery of the delegated activities of the Act and the broader objectives in the Act is called the Underwater Cultural Heritage Program. The Australian Government Department of Agriculture, Water and Environment, who I work for, is the policy and program lead for underwater cultural heritage protection in Australia. The department administers the Act and leads that collaborative delivery of the Underwater Cultural Heritage Program. The department also developed and maintains the Minister's statutory register of protected underwater cultural heritage, called the Australasian Underwater Cultural Heritage Database. It is through the database that Australia has engaged in regional collaboration and capacity building. By the nature of its development and design, other countries in our region can use the online relational database as a register for their underwater cultural heritage. This opportunity reduces the financial burden on regional countries to comply with the Convention's requirements to maintain a register in line with Article 22 and is aligned with Article 19's intent of cooperation and information sharing. To date, 3 regional countries have joined to use the Australian database: Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands and New Zealand. Over time, the Australian government will see if other regional countries are interested to join. In addition to this, Australia has pursued a policy of entering into bilateral technical agreements and or memorandums of understanding with other states, where Australia has shared underwater cultural heritage interests. This is in line with Article 6 of the Convention. These arrangements are all framed in language which obligates all parties to meet the requirements of the Annex rules on approved projects. Today, Australia has or is in the process of developing or updating arrangements with Indonesia, the Philippines, Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, the Netherlands, and NOAA in the United States. Australia recognises that it has significant shared underwater cultural heritage with many other regional states, such as Timor-Leste, New Caledonia, Vanuatu, and Fiji. We also have shared heritage interests with many other countries further afield: South Africa, England, France, Turkey. Today, I would like to express Australia's gratitude to Indonesia for collaborating with us on the protection of the remains of HMAS Perth 1. Sadly, the Perth shipwreck site is like many World War II period wrecks in the Southeast Asian region, which have been recently subject to looting and illegal salvage activity, the very activities the Convention was drafted to help prevent. With the support of the Indonesian government, the few remains of the Perth are now included within a protected area which is monitored. Similarly, I would like to thank our colleagues in the governments of Papua New Guinea and Turkey, who have or are collaborating with the Australian government to protect sites of shared underwater cultural heritage interest in their waters. Lastly, today, I'll just speak briefly about Australia's ratification process today and the prospects for the Convention regionally. I am very proud to say that Australians have played a role in the Convention's development negotiation. In 1991, Graham Henderson, an Australian ICOMOS member, when director of the Western Australian Museum, created the International Committee on the Underwater Cultural Heritage, known as ICUC. ICUC is an ICOMOS special interest group to promote international cooperation in the protection and management of cultural heritage and to advise ICOMOS on issues related to underwater cultural heritage around the world. ICUC subsequently drafted the International Charter on the Protection of the Management of Underwater Cultural Heritage, which Martijn referred to, and this was adopted by ICOMOS in 1996 and confirmed in 2001 as the annex to the Convention. Two Australians, Lyndall Prott and Key, had very significant roles in the drafting of the Convention itself. While Australia was present on 2 November 2001 and voted for the Convention, the fourth Convention for Protecting Cultural Heritage, Australia has not yet ratified. This is 11 years after the Convention came into force on 2 January 2009 and following ratification by the 20s, and obviously today, 20 years since its inception. Currently in the Asia-Pacific region, only 4 states have ratified or accepted the Convention: Cambodia, Federated States of Micronesia, and Niue. However, the Convention are not either nationally in Australia the Historic Shipwreck Act. The UCH Act protects all underwater cultural heritage in jurisdictional waters and controls the transfer, sale, import and export of protected underwater cultural heritage. While the UCH Act broadly aligns with the Convention, minor amendments to incorporate enabling provisions would be required for Australia to ratify the Convention. In Australia, ratification of the Convention requires many stages: consultation with the public, the states and the Northern Territory, and impacted Australian government portfolios. With these groups supportive, the next step is support of the Minister to proceed with consideration through standard treaty-making processes before formal consideration by Parliament. On this 20th anniversary of the Convention, we are hopeful that this will happen in the future. While our region is currently one of the least represented for ratified state parties, prospects are looking good, with other states indicating they are also pursuing ratification. Recently, both the Solomon Islands and the Republic of the Marshall Islands have conducted workshops to facilitate their consideration of ratification of the Convention. Hopefully, should Australia ratify, other regional countries, with Australia's support and encouragement, will also be willing to start the consideration of ratification themselves. Thank you very much.
To our speakers, they are now respecting the time frame and they are very conscious about time. So thank you very much for that. We have a slight change. We should have had Damin Wang from the National Administration of Cultural Heritage from China, but she's not connected at the moment. So we will go on with Andre Gaspari, and we will deal with the submerged river heritage and a strategy of fruition of this heritage, to which Mr. Gaspari is working. He's former chief of the work at the Institute for the Protection of the Cultural Heritage in Slovenia. He is associated professor of archaeology at the University of Ljubljana, and he's also assessed the challenges in the field of preventive archaeology and the development of sectoral strategies. His bibliography includes over 190 scientific and professional publications, and it's good to mention that because, you know, there is a lot of field work, but there is also a lot of academic work, as we've seen with the experience of Professor Sebastiano Tusa, the commitment and the engagement in academic work. Mr. Gaspari also studied ancient shipbuilding tradition of the Mediterranean continental Europe. So, Mr. Gaspari, you have the floor. He should be connected. He's the last speaker in this session, and we will move on to the conclusion after him. Please.
Do you see the shared screen, please?
Buongiorno. Good morning. Yes, we can see it.
Much. We'll proceed to moving back to the fringes of the world, but this time to the continental rivers of the very hinterland of the northern Adriatic, where the Ljubljanica River is located. I hope you see the presentation is in a full screen. So let's move forward. Because the organizer asked me to orient and to focus on the public promotion of this underwater culture heritage, I won't bother or enter you in detail with the formal research, but I think it's very important to know the history of the acquisition of finds, because it's very much related to the present conception of the protection of cultural heritage. As in many European rivers, of course, the regulation works in the city centers, of course, produce a mass numbers of different finds, which of course oriented also scientific focus to the rivers as archaeological sites. Began very early in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, as we are testified, or we have in front of us one of the first underwater scientific interventions performed by the divers of the the Ljubljanica at Vrhnika, the museum from the Laibach, from the present Ljubljana, of course, National Museum of Ljubljana, which ordered the diver intervention near the famous site of the Roman Nauportus. Well, of course, the Ljubljanica is one of the richest archaeological sites in Slovenia, or perhaps even wider in the European context. So this research moved forward through the 30s with the accidental finds of different objects, primarily of votive character, the mass of weapons from the late Latin and Roman period, which we'll see forward, the ensembles and the preservation of the finds points to such occurrence. Well, as in many European countries, also the maritime domain, of course, we were faced with private initiative, so to say, from the early 80s onwards. So a lot of looting of cures in that period. In the museums and institutes for the protection cannot really cope with such influx of this illegal looting. So some very controversial decisions are made. But nevertheless, some portion of these finds is not sold to the international market, but it becomes part of the public collections. So the profession, of course, the underwater profession, in the archaeological profession in the 80s, then respond, and a lot of interest being put also in the development of the specialized bodies for the underwater archaeology, firstly at the national from the late 90s onwards. So that was the period when me and my colleagues started with the interventions. My goal today is to present the background of the successful proposal for the best practices related to underwater cultural heritage. But first, let me just introduce mechanism, the legal mechanism we employed in the late 2009 in order to get as much as the recovered material in private possession back. So this was the so-called abolition scheme was devised in order to get these finds from the private hands to the public collection. And this was quite successful. We get over 5,000 objects and we paid something above 600,000 euros for the whole, let's say, collections. One of such, let's say, interesting points, I won't go deeper into detail, because Ljubljanica has, of course, produced finds from the late Paleolithic to the present day. But one of the most interesting, let's say, dimensions from the chronological perspective is late Latin period, or late Republican in the Mediterranean perspective. So we're dealing with the mass depositions of weapons, sports in scabbards, and so on, onto the particular points of the riverbed. There are precise cult plays, votive depositions of plastic figurines of Apollo or the other donors on these particular spots on the river, combined with monetary depots and some imported, in that perspective, from the Celtic Etruscan point of perspective, imported Italic bronzeware. Of course, the Ljubljana More is well known for its large number of vessels from different periods, from late prehistory to the medieval period. So there are some 70 crafts and also some pedals recovered from the marshy deposits around in the river plain, but also from the Ljubljanica, of course, itself. So now we move to the best practice example, which was conducted in the wide consortium of partners, and we're dealing with the so-called Ljubljanica river phenomenon. So we oriented to the in situ protection monitoring of a Roman barge, then rescue excavation and lift of the late 2nd century BC logboat, and establishing an opening of the center for the presentation of the archaeology and natural heritage of the Ljubljanica River. So a few just slides about these interventions. This Roman pram transport ship, most probably of military origin, was then chronologically dated to the year 3 AD. So these measures were conducted in order to prevent, as sort of preventive research before the consolidation of the riverbanks, because here are some the excavation and the recovery of this late Celtic logboat. Also began the flood management works. This intervention was conducted. So it was one of the largest logboats, oak logboats from this period in Europe, I suppose. It's something close to 15 meters long, really a big logboat with very interesting traits combining the Mediterranean techniques of replacement and repair. Also the resin soaked textiles between other. I'm just presenting some curious particularities. Then, of course, the lift was followed by observation at the Restoration Center of the Institute for the Protection of Cultural Heritage of Slovenia. So it is still a work in progress. So we expect the logboat to be presented in this century, which we are moving towards at the end of the next year. So 6 or 7 years will take in order to melamine treatment methods to penetrate the depth of this, the thickness of the logboat itself. So this exhibition center is managed by the local community, which I think it's to emphasize. So there are different programs, workshops, and events for different target audiences. And I'm speaking about the active involvement of the public. So let's say the work which is still before us, I think it's a broader and integrated project of the revitalization of the whole heritage, both cultural and natural, of the Ljubljanica Basin. So we are trying and we are striving towards providing maximum accessibility and, of course, long-term effects for this social development at the local level. I was trying to be as short as possible, so thank you very much for your attention.
Grazie. Thank you very much. Thank you for this, I would say, really efficient contribution. We have moved towards the internal waters, so our focus is on that. This is the end of our first session, and we will go on for some minutes here for questions and answers. We have any questions from the audience, or so I now open the floor to questions. If you want to ask some questions, please feel free. Interventions that were very interesting. I have a question for Mr. Jeffries. If I understood correctly, you said that the ratification of 2001 Convention has contributed to the protection of the living cultural heritage, so not just the underwater cultural heritage. How is it possible for you to create synergies between conventions, UNESCO conventions? So how is it possible to, let's say, integrate the protection of underwater cultural heritage and immaterial cultural heritage? Thank you.
Vediamo se è collegato.
We have Mr. Jeffrey connected. The question was for Mr. Jeffrey, right? Yes. Do we have Mr. Jeffrey connected?
Mr. Jeffrey, please.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yes, it's very early days. The convention's only just come in 2018. And obviously, living in the sea is a big part of identity here of people, the cultural identity, part of their intangible cultural heritage, which we call living heritage. It's an everyday part of their lives here. And fish weirs showed, and there's other forms, a part of everyday part of their identity and heritage here. Is a very this is a very good link, the fish weir. It's very early in terms of sorting out how we can move on from here. It's only been 3 years we started, or since FFF started. But I think because of the connection with the sea, living heritage with the sea, the fish weirs, it's all goes very nicely together.
Grazie.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your answer. Thank you.
Bene, vogliamo proseguire con...
Okay. Do we have any more questions? Or remarks? Okay, so no further questions or remarks. We will resume our discussion in the afternoon, and we are going to have testimony from the biggest experts in the world. So, Ms. Pece, we have talked about threats as well this morning, so the need to share data, these databases that are increasingly important for exchanging good practices as well. We have recalled new technologies, and we have underlined how important it is to invest on new technologies for an advanced archaeological research and to secure our heritage and our underwater cultural heritage. And we also stressed the need, I said that at the beginning, if we are starting the next decade, and I guess the valorization of new investments is increasingly important, especially for the recovery of those sites that unfortunately were damaged over time. Recently, I have been in Gozo, in Malta, and I've seen how underwater teams and divers can operate in very deep waters, like 110 meters. And there was a research on a Phoenician wreck, and that led to the finding of one human tooth. So that highlighted the connections between Malta and the Sicilian island. So even the least known areas or the least known sites will be discovered in the future. So let's see where we will go in the future. Can conclude now the first session, if you agree, and we want to do by recalling a very authoritative figure who opened the remarks today in the session. And so I would now leave the floor to the Cesare Lundu Asomo, if you want to add. Be able to connect for the concluding remarks. So we will do the concluding remarks. Please, Ms. Pesci. Yes, it was a very intense discussion. We've had so many topics, and you summarized them very effectively, I would say. We have technology on our side. We need to be able to use it. We've got data. We need to be able to share it. We have the possibility of cooperating how the Convention is asking us to cooperate. So we've got countries who that ratified the convention. We need more countries. So we hope that next future we will have more and more countries ratifying, because that's the only way to go in the future. We need to be integrated. We need to exchange good practices and experiences. We need to understand where science is going, and the only chance we've got is the convention. So it's the only chance we've got to protect and safeguard what the sea is still hiding, the sea as well as the lakes and rivers. And we would like to give something really important to our next generation. Science can be our friend, but it can also be our enemy. We have to decide how to approach this huge potential that we have in front of us, and how to give even more value to one of the main aspects of the 2001 Convention, the sense of sovereignty and the idea of universalism, the idea that combines a strong to join forces in the legislations and in the regulations in a wider context with the aim of integration. I think these are the main points, the main items to focus on if we want to be confident for the future. In our next session in the afternoon, which will begin at 2 p.m., we still will have a lot of things to discuss. So thank you to Miss Bianchi here, who was very, I would say, excellent in her communicative features. So thank you very much for moderating this lively discussion. And thank you to all the speakers for their contributions. I would really hope that the outcome of today could be summarized in perhaps a publication, which we hope we will be able to issue along with the Secretariat to take these messages home. Thank you very much.
Un minuto, iniziamo.
We'll start in 1 minute on time at 2 o'clock.
Possiamo iniziare prima, come i treni non possono
No.
partire in anticipo
Esatto.
sull'orario. Meglio se spengo il telefono. Però.
Possiamo iniziare?
Can we start?
Buonasera a tutti.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back. Let's resume the works of our conference. It is a pleasure for me to leave the floor to our moderator of the afternoon session, Professor Tullio Scovazzi. Thank you. You have the floor. First of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Culture, and in particular Dr. Pecci, for the privilege that was given me, inviting me as a quite challenging negotiation. In particular, on some articles, there were discussions. The convention was voted; it wasn't adopted by consensus, and it obtained 87 votes in favor, 4 against, and 15 abstentions. So a large majority, but not unanimity. Why? The reason is the relationship between the UNESCO Convention and the EU Convention in Maritime Law. That was a very important treaty that had been adopted in 1982. The Convention on Maritime Law offers an ambiguous regime English text in the topic of underwater cultural heritage. Therefore, negotiations in UNESCO aimed at improving the regime in order to ensure a full protection to the underwater cultural heritage. The states that voted against or abstended, they were a minority, and they weren't sure that the regime of the UNESCO Convention was compatible with a convention on the maritime law of the UN. Unfortunately, I don't have time to discuss the reasons for that. However, today, 20 years after the adoption of the convention, I am happy about the effort made to improve the regime. In my opinion, the UNESCO Convention is a reasonable interpretation of the norms of the UN Convention on Maritime Law, the only possible interpretation if we want to protect underwater cultural heritage. 20 years after that, there are two reasons to be happy about that. First of all, the fact that the number of ratifying states is growing steadily, but Today it's 71 or 72 states, and we feel that some countries that were uncertain, that had abstained, they ratified the convention, or they are preparing the tools to do so. And we see that one of the mechanisms of the convention for the cooperation between states that have a verifiable connection with the heritage started for the first time with the cooperation that took place for the Skerky banks and for the expedition on the banks. So slowly, treaty, as Ambassador Riccardo said in the morning, this treaty is the least successful of the UNESCO conventions. However, it is now finally gaining the consensus that deserves. I'm not here to talk about the convention. I am here to moderate between the speakers who are going to a very interesting to make. To enforce the time limits, as they would say in English, and it is my responsibility also to leave the floor to future generations of speakers. So I now invite the first speakers. I ask them to please respect the timings, 10 minutes each. There is a slight change to the program. One of the speakers added Dr. Anne-Louise Thompson Flores. She directs the UNESCO office in Venice. I leave the floor to her.
Present and virtually. Thank you very much for mentioning that it would be an intervention. I don't have the honor of giving an intervention as all my other colleagues that have come before me and will come after. But I'd like to thank you, Professor Scovazzi, and the Director Pecci for asking me to say a few words at the beginning of the afternoon session. I can but emphasize the points made by Assistant Director General Ottone and Director Elondo Asomo, my colleagues from Paris, and of course the very strategic and yet points, pragmatic points made by Minister Franceschini and Ambassador Riccardo at the onset of this event. I am extremely happy to be here. I have the honor of presence. It coincided with another need to be in Rome. So I'm very always happy to come to the Ministry of Culture. It has speakers from all over the world, which I think can only highlight how UNESCO conventions are important worldwide. And more so, as was mentioned, the number of parties is increasing. I know there's still a lot of work to be done by the Secretariat together with the member states to increase the number of parties memberships. But I think if I may, listening to the various interventions, I think while the convention was done 20 years ago with a very cultural focus of protection with regard to underwater, which sometimes is confused with marine, but I noted in the presentations how underwater was also mentioned and particularly emphasized by lakes and rivers and the sea, which means that it's so relevant for today's reality of the importance of water and the importance of sustainability of the ocean, and of course cultural heritage and the sciences. I think this celebration actually comes at an absolutely important. We're all looking at so many facets of the life that we're living today. But more important, I think the interventions this morning highlighted, and I assume the do in the multilateral environment. And here I am the regional director for the Regional Office of Science and Culture in Europe. We focus in Southeast Europe and part of the Mediterranean. And I'm happy to have learned this afternoon that there will also be a office close to us, our neighbors in Venice, where we are hosted by the kind government of Italy, who will be dedicated to the 2001 convention. We also have colleagues from La Marina Italiana, we have colleagues from the transition. So I can only say that I'll be watching with attention this afternoon also, because I can imagine so many collaborative opportunities in the years. Thank you very much, and I hope I stayed within 3 minutes. Thank you.
Molte grazie.
Thank you very much for this intervention. Now we will move on to the next speaker. First one is Moussa Vel, University of Sheikh Anta Diop in Dakar, Senegal. Moussa Vel is a specialist of underwater Africa. He took part in the research for the ratification by Senegal of the convention, and he also helps another state, Western Africa, Gambia, in the management of underwater cultural heritage. I don't know if he's going to speak in English or French. We really appreciate both in case he decides to speak in English or in French. Now I leave the floor to him. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le modérateur.
Thank you so much, moderator. It is a pleasure for me to take part in this international conference. I would like to thank the Ministry of Culture of Italy for organizing such an important event for the of underwater cultural heritage. I'm going to Can you see my screen? Yes, we can see that. My presentation is going to deal with the initiatives for the protection of underwater cultural heritage in Africa, with the example of the island of Gore. Sorry. It is important to understand the geographical location of the Gore Island. It's located in Senegal, Western Africa. It is an island close to Dakar, that is the capital city of Senegal. It's a small island. We have two bays that protect the island from the vessels. The original name is not Gure. we call it Bear. It's a small island, is a small stone in the ocean. But the current name is Gore. We have archaeological resources on the island, and we have biodiversity as well, fauna and flora, and the traces of the human presence date back 2,000, 3,000 years. But since the 15th century, the island was inhabited by a local population that used to fish mainly. The European presence started with the Portuguese. There was a first visit by Dias. This was the first visit to the rivalry between the different European presence with different occupations. The Europeans occupied the island. The Portuguese, 3 times the Netherlands, 4 times English, times and France, 6 times. The independence of Senegal made the island itself independent. It is an international basis, and it facilitates the arrival of ships that used to make very long routes and managed to dock in the island. It is listed in the UNESCO World Heritage since 1978. Gore is one of the first sites to be recognized on this list. I talked about archaeology. If we have a look at the stratigraphy, we see different cultures, the presence of different cultures, the local culture, so objects from the Neolithic era to 3,000 years ago. Until the 1500s, we have traces of the presence of the local population, and we also notice the presence, the European presence as well. The project that I am going to share with you is strengthened by the local community. The heritage of Gore is extremely meaningful. But as I was saying, the geographical location of the island is fundamental to understand it. Gore is located in 57. Alongside it, there is a strong presence of the community of that is, therefore, the community is strictly connected to the maritime. Is also carried out on the archives and the registers that give us information on the shipwrecks connected to the in 1718. In 1838. This is all information that we retrieved from the databases from the As for the Second World War, we can acknowledge the presence of some buildings that were destroyed around the island during the Second World War. So we have many shipwrecks as well. We have the Ajax and the others that you could see in the slides. As for the research, we have to go back to the first research that was made by the group of research of naval archaeology in 1988. This group has always worked to protect this underwater heritage. Gorea was divided in different sectors. You can see on these images the culture, the material artifacts that were found. Since 1988 until the years 2000, we didn't have any other interested in exploring the seabed and the underwater in general. In 2014, we started a project with local students that got increasingly interested in our underwater heritage and underwater archaeology. This is a project that is still going on today. We have sites that are connected to of Culture of Senegal for a local plan of action for the protection of underwater cultural heritage. Senegal ratified the 2000 Convention in 2020. And there we also have the definition of touristic paths and itineraries. The first data enabled us catalog sites and remnants of artillery. And also some cemeteries of anchors. On the slides, you can see a map that was presented after acquiring this data. You can see the historical interest data near the encircling interest sites near the island. I would like to very quickly you have 1 or 2 minutes. I am going to quickly answer the question, what is the connection between the living heritage and the underwater heritage? We have a sunken dam in Gore that was built during the Second World War, and today the dam prevented it from being built. You have some underwater structures that were built thanks to projects co-financed by the European Union. With the we work to raise awareness and to preserve and protect our underwater heritage. Gore is also a workshop for the training of our young Africans in this discipline. Underwater cultural heritage. Last slide. This is about raising awareness on the protection of underwater cultural heritage. We must really raise awareness among the population on the protection of this underwater heritage. These were just a few initiatives that I wanted to share with you. Thank you so much.
Molte grazie.
An historic injustice. It played a key role in the traffic of slaves, but it also plays a crucial role in the water cultural heritage. If I can underline a small detail, Article 2 of 9 of the Convention starts with a proposal of some European countries like Germany, UK, France, and Italy, and originally it said
human remains found in sunken warships, resti umani trovati a bordo di navi da guerra affondate. Pensavamo che
we thought that everyone was going to accept this proposal. So we fight against the enemy, but when they are killed, I respect the enemy. But there was a strong opposition of African states that told us, when you Europeans used to fight your naval battles, there were also ships transporting slaves from Africa to America. Why shouldn't we give the due respect to the slaves that died on board of these ships? So due must be recognized to everyone on board of sunken ships. So we modified it as parties, African countries have asked, so the paragraph 9 article of the convention. I'm going to leave the floor now to the next speaker, Celio Tiane, Director of Heritage in another African country, in this case, Eastern Africa, Mozambique. He's going to talk about the building of a regional underwater heritage center in Mozambique. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to try to share my screen. Can you see that? Sorry? You can see my screen, please?
We can see that.
Okay, thank you. First of all, let me thank the Minister of Culture from Italian Republic and UNESCO for this opportunity. Here's some information about Mozambique concerning the 2001 UNESCO Convention. It's a pleasure to be part of this event. I'm going to share some information about 2001 Convention in Mozambique. Let me start and give you some information about Mozambique. Mozambique, as you know, is a country on the east coast of Southern Africa. It's bounded by the Indian Ocean in an extension of 2,700 kilometers of marine coast. So there is the possibility of hundreds and hundreds of shipwrecks with high heritage value in Mozambique territorial waters. Some of that point, the existence of around 250,000 shipwrecks of historical importance in Mozambique coast. Actually, we discovered about 139 shipwrecks by physical recognition or by consulting historical archives. In Nampula province, particularly, we have about 45 historic shipwrecks may be located. 24 of that around the Mozambique island. Mozambique island has an important archaeological heritage of universal linked to the ancient civilization through the Indian Ocean. Since the adoption of the 2001 convention, the debate on cultural heritage in Mozambique is intensified. We have divergent positions prevailed until now, some against the ratification of convention, other in favor, and otherwise to other incentive moderation. But in 2006, the government of Mozambique defended the ratification of the convention despite challenge raised with him. At the meeting held in Cape Town in 2009, Cape Town, the seat of South Africa, Mozambique once again expressed its intention to ratify the 2001 convention. However, in 2012, the government recommended to deepening of reflection on the convention, proposing the holding of an international UNESCO seminar to disseminate the convention to the community, particularly academic and investigator, researcher, and so on. In 2016, in Maputo City, we held the City UNESCO regional meeting, was organized in Maputo. As a result, in 2017, the proposed resolution on the ratification of 2001 UNESCO Convention was positively appreciated by the government of Mozambique. However, so far the process is not being referred to the parliament that have the power to ratify. Once again, we have some position that is not agreeing with this convention. Mozambique does not have, until now in Mozambique, we don't have a specific course of training center for underwater archaeological heritage. However, some activities are carried out by the cultural heritage professionals and archaeologists. In fact, underwater archaeology activities has been carried out by the Center of Archaeology, Research and Resource of Mozambique Island that we call CAIRIM. CAIRIM is a center that provides a non-profit public service and was opened in 2018. So CAIRIM carries out, in coordination with UNESCO and other international partners, works to monitor and protect shipwrecks around the Mozambique island. We have a map here with some historical shipwrecks located along the island of Mozambique, you can see in the presentation. So CAIRIM main activities: prevention of historical shipwrecks linked to submerged archaeological sites, mitigation and conservation of the archaeological heritage at risk in accordance with international principles, specifically 2001 Convention of UNESCO. Some activity is gonna be done with CAIRIM, training professionals in diving techniques with the involvement of local communities. We have two examples to share with colleagues now. In 2019, a training course in geology for residents of Mozambique Island with 14 participants, particularly from the community. And in 2019, a regional course of training and legal protection and practical management of underwater cultural heritage that was being held in collaboration with UNESCO and the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. Professionals from Mozambique, Kenya, Nigeria, Namibia, Senegal, Madagascar, South Africa participated in this course. We have here some photos about the training course that being held in Mozambique Island, held by CAIRIM. Although Mozambique is not a signatory country to the 2001 Convention, the preservation of underwater heritage is one of the government priorities. which is why we have been supporting the actions developed by Karim and the other professional associations. It is the objective of the government through the Minister of Culture and Tourism to strengthen activities related to underwater cultural heritage, particularly in Mozambique Island. Our vision is to ensure greater coverage for communities, the guardian of heritage. Now, we've done in some internal consultations are ongoing and the government institution on the possibility of establishing an underwater cultural heritage center on the Mozambique Island. For us, the Minister of Culture and Tourism, the initiative will strengthen protect the underwater heritage. So establish an underwater cultural heritage center can contribute to the protection and preservation of cultural heritage and its consequent enhancement. It can also bring gains to the community, like technology, development of cultural tourism, but above all, strengthen the fight against logging. The logging is the big problem that we have in Mozambique, particularly in the Mozambique Island. Well, in international partners, mobilization and training human resource, restore and rehabilitate Sebastian Fortress, which is in a directory state, and mobilize and sensitize countries in the SADC region. For the answer, thank you very much.
Fare share screen.
Thank you very much. And we are extremely glad to see that the culture of archaeology efforts are made to improve and enhance knowledge about it. Our next speaker will be Emad Khalil from Egypt. He is holder of the UNESCO chair in archaeology, underwater archaeology at the University of Alexandria in Egypt. He is an archaeologist, a submarine archaeologist, underwater archaeologist, and he's well known globally. He's a member of the STAB, of the committee, technical scientific committee within the framework of the commission.
Forse bisogna caricare il
I think he has got a video, perhaps, as there's a video contribution, so I think...
There was a lag in the connection, I'm afraid. For your kind introduction, and it's so would the technical support be kind to play the video, please?
It's a great pleasure for me to be part of this interesting conference in the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the 2001 Convention on the Protection of Underwater Cultural Heritage. And I hope that next time we can all meet in person rather than... My presentation today is about underwater cultural heritage in the Arab region. The Arab region was the cradle of some of the most ancient civilizations on Earth. The Egyptians, the Canaanites, the Phoenicians, the Assyrians, the Hittites, and the Babylonians all flourished in North Africa, Mesopotamia, and on the Levantine coast. Hence, the wealth of material culture inherited from these civilizations is unparalleled. On the other hand, all Arab countries adjoin or contain water bodies with a coastline that extends for more than 30,000 kilometers. Throughout ancient history, the shores of the Eastern Mediterranean, Red Sea, Arabian Gulf, and the banks of the Nile, Tigris, and Euphrates River bore witness to thriving material culture and their waterborne activities. It is from these that we have inherited a vast array of maritime and underwater material culture. Moreover, some of the earliest discoveries in the field of underwater archaeology took place in the Arab region, including the discovery of the Mahdiya shipwreck in Tunisia in 1907 and the excavation of the Bronze Age harbor in Alexandria in 1910. Similarly, some of the world's earliest underwater culture heritage research projects were conducted in the region, notably those undertaken by Nicholas Fleming in Libya in the 50s and the work of Honor Frost in Lebanon in the 60s. However, although the Arab region has witnessed early activities in the field of underwater archaeology, it is essential to reflect on the current situation and plan for the future. Therefore, I'll be looking at three aspects of underwater culture heritage in the region, which are research, preservation, and education. In the past years, most Arab countries carried out research projects in underwater archaeology. However, the size, extent, duration, and structure of those projects varied greatly. So there are research projects which took place in Morocco, in Algeria, in Tunisia, in Jordan, in some of the Arab countries. There is, for example, the Italian survey of the submerged Roman town of Neapolis in northern Tunisia. And there is the Italian-Saudi excavation of the 18th century shipwreck at Umluj on the northwest coast of Saudi Arabia. Also, there is the French-Lebanese survey of the Phoenician harbor of Byblos on the Lebanese coast, and the British-only Maritime Archaeological Survey along the shores of Oman. There is also the survey of the Roman fish tanks at Cherchel in Algeria. And of course, there are the several surveys and excavations that are taking place in Egypt since the 90s, either in Alexandria, on the northwest coast of Egypt, or in the Red Sea, or even on the Nile. So as you can see, there are several research projects in the Arab region looking at different types of underwater archaeological sites. Yet, these projects are mostly carried out by international teams rather than by national ones. The other aspect I wish to discuss is the preservation of underwater culture heritage in the Arab region through national or international legislations. Almost all Arab countries have antiquities legislations of some sort. However, none of them have special legislations dedicated to culture heritage. Moreover, in some cases, underwater culture heritage is not at all mentioned in the national such as in the case of the antiquities laws in Egypt and Bahrain and Kuwait and other countries. However, in very rare occasions, like in the case of the antiquities law in Tunisia and in Syria, actually specific articles dedicated to underwater culture heritage within the antiquities legislation. Remains. Likewise, Articles 26 to 29 in the Saudi law about accidental discoveries and in situ preservation of underwater finds. And I think this is an excellent start towards developing comprehensive national legislations for underwater culture heritage in the Arab. That actually leads to talk about international legislations and how do the Arab countries deal with the UNESCO 2000 Convention. 12 out of 19 Arab states recognized by the UNESCO have ratified the 2001 Convention. However, more importantly than the number itself is to know what happened in those countries since the ratification. I mean, did it actually make any difference? Did it make those nations think or act differently concerning their underwater cultural heritage, or piece of paper that they signed? What about the remaining 8 countries which have not ratified the convention? What is preventing them from doing so? What kind of obstacles they are facing? I think these are issues which have been addressed more precisely and more accurately for each country individually, according to its own situation. Training courses or workshops or public lectures and outreach programs, even documentaries. This type of education is directed towards a much wider target group and it's out by different types of institutions, including NGOs, heritage organizations, museums, and universities, and institutions of different kinds. So what is going on in the Arab region in that respect? Based on the UNESCO report on courses on underwater archaeology taught at universities and other institutions, about 96 institutions in 36 countries worldwide providing formal education and training in aspects of underwater cultural heritage. Out of those 96 institutions around the world, there is only one academic program in the Arab region that is providing specialized education and training in underwater archaeology. It is the program at Alexandria University Center for Maritime Archaeology and Cultural Heritage, which is also hosting UNESCO Chair in Underwater Cultural Heritage. The center in Alexandria has been operating since 2009. Archaeology is definitely not enough. Besides the limited formal education in underwater cultural heritage in the region, academic capacity building and training programs are also very limited. I think the first regional training workshop was in 2010. It was organized in Alexandria University, and the trainers came from the University of Southampton, the University of Ulster, and the British Museum. And the course was attended by from Tunisia, Libya, Bahrain, and Somalia. Also, there was training provided by the University of Southampton in 2004 in Oman, the UAE, and Qatar. More recently, a couple of training courses and field schools that were carried out in Lebanon by the Honor Frost Foundation and the Nautical Archaeology Society. However, it's worth mentioning more than 10 years water archaeology in different parts of the world. For example, the UNESCO Asia Pacific Field School in Sri Lanka was attended by 76 trainees from 17 Asian countries. Many more courses and training programs organized by UNESCO in Africa, in Asia, capacity building programs should be implemented in the region. It will have an obvious positive effect on the research, preservation, and presentation of an underwater cultural heritage in the region. Perhaps one of the really important contributions of UNESCO towards capacity building in the region was the Arabic translation of the UNESCO Manual for Activities Directed at Underwater Cultural Heritage, which was done by Ikram Athar in 2016, and became a key reference in that respect in the region. Nevertheless, during the past few years, have witnessed a significant development in activities directed towards underwater cultural heritage in the Arab region. For example, last year and this year, a number of online workshops were organized by UNESCO to discuss different aspects of underwater cultural heritage in the region. Also, the UNESCO Cairo office has published a comprehensive report on underwater cultural heritage education and training in the Arab region, which was also translated to Arabic, and it's now on the UNESCO website. And currently, there is another publication on the way about some of the most significant underwater cultural heritage sites in the Arab region. Finally, an excellent project that has just been finalized, again led by the UNESCO Cairo office, is the development of a massive open online course on underwater cultural heritage in Arabic. I think the course should be online soon, and I strongly believe that it will play a great role in public education and raising awareness of underwater cultural heritage among Arabic-speaking nations. However, despite all these efforts, I still believe that there is an evident need for regional capacity building in underwater cultural heritage in the Arab region. Providing education and training at different levels is a key factor in safeguarding the underwater cultural heritage of Arab countries. Exploration, research, preservation, and protection of underwater cultural heritage are all linked to education and capacity building. And I think the UNESCO could play the role in that respect. Thank you very much for your attention.
Molte grazie.
Thank you very much. I think that the laws and the legislations of the Arab countries are inspired by the same principles Italian law, so the public interest to the preservation of underwater heritage, the research, rather than private interest and commercial exploitation. I don't know if Professor Khalil wants to join us to connect live.
Clearly.
Would you like to intervene?
Yes, with regards to the Arab legislations, in terms of legislation per se, because very, very little mentioning of underwater cultural heritage occurs in Arab legislation. Almost no countries have special legislations for underwater cultural heritage, while European countries, for example, certain countries monitoring wreck sites, dealing with accidental finds. So perhaps this is one aspect that should be motivated in the Arab region. And again, this goes back to education. The more we provide education in aspects of underwater cultural heritage, the more the authorities will realize that they need to integrate more information on antiquities legislation.
Thank you very much for your supplementary remarks. Ora è il momento del prossimo.
It is now time for the next speaker, Pedro Morales. He is the director of the Office for Underwater Cultural Heritage in the Dominican Republic. So it's another very important country for the underwater heritage. If we only think about the travels from Christopher Columbus in his 4 trips, he lost a few ships. I can only think about the Caribbean events and all the Spanish ships or vessels that can be found in those waters. So please, Mr. Morales, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of the table, Mr. Chairman, And as Director of Underwater Cultural Patrimony, first I would like to thank you. Thank you all for this invitation. My experience in protection and promotion of my country's underwater cultural heritage. Thanks to all again. Now I'm gonna do a short brief of what we have been doing and what a little history from our history here in the position. Well, my family has been involved in protecting our history, our historical, environmental, and resources for many years. My father was a governor for Faro Colón. At his time, that it was the most emblematic site because it was inaugurated on the occasion of the 500th anniversary of Columbus' arrival to the New World. He also appointed as director of Parque Nacional del Este, that was the national east park of our country. As I grew older, my father instilled me in the attitude of conservation that I carry to this day. It's here in this area, in the National East Park, where my love started for this underwater, for the development of these underwater museums. Beginning with the Lupe Reserve Museum with original pieces from 1724. That was a 1724 wreck. From that day to now, thousands of visitors have been seeing it and visiting the sites, and it serves as tourist attractive in situ conservation and serves as a monitoring marine environment because coral growth, flora, and fauna are monitored every more or less 6 months. In this, as someone mentioned, this park has a lot of caves, including the Chicho Cave and Jose Maria Cave. These sites all are filled with pictographs of ceremonies significance to our indigenous people. This panel, which may represent the Taino, let me see the Taino. If you see this, it was a Taino version of city between Taino and Spanish. Note the far right ship, what appears to be a Spanish ship coming toward you with masts and sails. I passed the other slide a little bit fast, but this one is Padre Nuestro Cave, which has a lot of pictographs of ceremonials too. And let me go to this one. This one was the ship that I was talking about.
Excuse me if I am interrupting you, but we are not able to see any slides.
Oh, sorry. Let me see what's happened. Let me. Now you see the slide.
So now we can see, yes.
Whoa, sorry. Let me, okay. I was talking about the East National Park. And then I talk about Chicho Cave and the other caves. That this one is Padre Nuestro Cave, with a lot of pictographs of ceremonial significance to our indigenous people. Then this is Padre Nuestro. And this one is Jose Maria, which has at your right, you have the Spanish basil that I was talking about. Here you can see it, and this here is more easy to see it. It's okay?
Okay.
Many water field cars used by the Taínos, such as the Aleta, an important ceremonial deep water cavern. But today I would discuss management of historic shipwrecks in the Dominican Republic. I love has control of all the Taíno and indigenous people sites, and Underwater Archaeology Rescue Commission control our historic shipwrecks. This commission is out to grant leases for recovery of our historic shipwrecks, with 50% government and 50% to various companies, most of them in the 70s and in funds to the Dominican Republic government and building an inventory of DR artifacts. There has been many exhibits of artifacts in Spain and United States, but I'm most pleased of our National Museum of the that time and other dignitaries, including our research partners of Indiana University. The inauguration dignitaries and recognition help us in all of these years. Let me show you some pieces of the Indiana investigation beyond salvage artifacts. The MAR has an exhibit of shipwrecks, research from Taíno and from the Aleta. 1729-25 from the Begonia. All of these artifacts has been recovered and studies before put it in the MAR museum. This was Taíno artifacts recovered from the Aleta. For more important to me is my with the in situ preservation of the past before. This is part of the artifacts we have in the museum that I'm showing you. Okay, The Living Museum in the Seas, in collaboration with Indiana University and initial funding of USAID, these in situ preservation models protect cultural and associated biological resources while allowing for sustainable perhaps the best located offshore Catalina Island, southern of Dominican Republic. Once a legal treasure salvage permit hunt from Captain Kidd's 1699 shipwreck Caden Marsh, the U.S. investment company contract the search with $1.2 million, but unsuccessfully spent the money in 2007. That this university and our office collaborated to research and provide and prove was the 99 as noted in the interactive slate. The site was enhanced with historic market buoy, mooring buoys, underwater plaque, and the site is a snorkel or scuba area for the public, not private salvage. And this is the day the inauguration on May 23, 2011. Captain Kidd Museum has land-based of the inauguration, when at that time we had Armenians here, and that day, the inauguration, and these people and from India and the United Kingdom, we are dignitaries of culture, environmental department, tourism department, and the local association of hotel participate in the inauguration. Public outreach and park development as an alternative to private salvage. Then,
Director Morales, I'm asking you to kindly proceed to the conclusions, because we have few minutes left. Thank you.
Okay. Well, this was part of the recovery of the canyons in that place. This is let me go a little bit faster. We have 5 underwater museums already developed around the country, and this is the map of what doing right now. We do a biological trail around the island with promoting the in situ conservation of these areas. Finally, what we show to UNESCO, and for La Isabela, the World Heritage Area. And then I thank you. To with the time.
Molte grazie.
Thank you very much. We can see that also in the domestic, the participation and the engagement. Now we have the contribution Maria Elena Barba Meineke from Mexico. She is an archaeologist, an underwater archaeologist, and she's also part of the technical scientific committee of the convention, and she is attending as a delegate in representation on behalf of Mexico to the meetings within the work of the convention. She is going to talk about research on cultural heritage in Mexico, with a specific focus on the heritage Maya civilization. She is going to, she recorded her speech, so we're hear from her from a recording. Thank you.
By the marine and inland waters of Mexico, an important underwater cultural heritage is located. This has been investigated by the National Institute of Anthropology and History for 4 decades. Although exploration began in the 1950s, its development as a scientific discipline is largely due to the impulsive given to it by the archaeologist Pilar Luna Herrera. The 70s, Pilar Luna had a vision of the importance of protecting, conserving, investigating, and disseminating the Mexican underwater cultural heritage, managing to found the Vice Directorate of Archaeology of the INA. Through this office, the capabilities of a team in charge of various projects throughout the Mexican territory were built and strengthened. The investigations have been distinguished by being of an interdisciplinary nature, as well as transversal, with the important participation of various governmental and educational institutions, always under international cooperation frameworks, highlighting the agreement of understanding with Spain UNESCO Convention. This heritage is integrated by more than 500 contexts with ontological, archaeological, and historical evidence located in the Pacific Ocean, Gulf of Mexico, Caribbean Sea, and inside crater lakes of volcanoes, rivers, lagoons, springs, and have been identified the collaboration of the communities of fishermen, are officially registered with the INA and are part of various lines of research. In various continental bodies of water in central Mexico, investigations have been carried out inside springs and crater lakes, volcanoes where paleontological and pre-Hispanic evidence was identified, among other sites. The archaeological works in the Nevado de Toluca are a clear example of the presence of activity areas where various rituals developed. This project, which stands out for its work with ancestral indigenous communities, was designated Best Practice of the 2001 UNESCO Convention. In the southeast of Mexico, the Yucatan Peninsula is located a plain of calcareous sedimentary rock which emerged from the seabed during the Cretaceous period, 145 million years. Its karst geomorphology defined itself after the impact of the Mayan meteorite or bolide that impacted the Earth 65 million years ago, motivating the erosion of the land in addition to the extinction known as KT. 511 paleontological, archaeological, and historical contexts in this region have been verified and registered. 75% respond to maritime accidents that occurred in the marine waters of the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean Sea. Shipwreck and nautical elements, artillery thrown into the sea, and artifacts related to daily life on board. Among cannons, an anchor, and a shipment of jewelry made up for more than 400 pieces of gold, emeralds, and diamonds. The galleon Teresa and Jesus, alias El Dragón, from 1783, as well as the Antoniette Greek, with cargo made up of 100 barrels, among other Greeks corresponding to ships with the Spanish, French, British, and Dutch flags. To this are added important vapors for the history of Mexico. The steamship La Unión sank in 1660 story related to the slavery of the Mayas during the Caste War. Entire families were deprived of their food during this warlike conflict that occurred in Yucatan between 1847 and 1901, which were transferred to the island of Cuba to carry out forced labor, mainly on the sugar estates. Thanks to the paleontological and landscape studies, we know that at the end of last glacial maximum 21,000 years ago, during the Pleistocene, the sea level was by Charters, Schubert, and Arroyo regarding identifying 10 extinct species and 13 of 15 animals in the Hoyo Negro cave stands out, among them a new genus of giant ground sloth, Gomphotherio bears its and horses in other cavities on the eastern coast, to which they animals accessed in search of water due to the severe droughts derived from climate changes, to take refuge or even to die. Thanks to the taking of thousands of images, 35K, through more than a kilometer of the cave made by cave divers Nava, Alvarez, Chavez, and Michan, researchers Risolo and Petrovich from the University of have developed a novel software named BScore with optimal workflows for documentation and digital analysis, intending to generate virtual access to learn about and interact on archaeological sites submerged in caves and cenotes. The approach allows the study, scheduling of collections, and transdisciplinary and collaborative interpretation of 3D data in real time from the Hoyo Negro Underwater Archaeological Project. Members made up for more than 50 academics and technicians from the United States, Canada, Denmark, and Mexico. BScore software an efficient tool to study and preserve archaeological evidence in situ, following the foundation of the UN UNESCO Convention, with an appropriate of such important underwater cultural heritage and its safeguarding. Inside the caves in the Tulum area, 10 human skeletons, traces on bonfires of anthropic origin have been registered, as well as clear evidence of mining activity linked to the exploration of ochre in the La Mina site identified by SINDAC, a Mexican NGO accredited by the 2001 UNESCO Convention. Among the human remains recovered are these belonging to Naya, a 13,000 years old skeleton, a young woman who died when she fell into the cave of Hoyo Negro, 60 meters deep, when she was between 15 and 17 years old. Studies have revealed that she was a mother at least once, on fruits and seeds, never ate fish. Victim of hits before her death. From 2500 BC, Mayan groups organized villages near southern rivers. Millennia later, cities were built in different times and territories of the peninsula, controlling access and distribution bodies of water, including cenotes and aguadas. The most superficial karst spaces were used for domestic activities and rituals. Many of these still develop in contemporary Mayan communities, part of the intangible heritage linked to water, derived from the Tren Maya Archaeological Salvage Project. More than 255 cavities since September 2020, mostly with archaeological evidence from pre-Hispanic times recorded using 3D photogrammetry, highlights the identification of a canoe in the flooded cave inside a cenote located in the pre-Hispanic settlement of San Andres, near Chichen Itza, Yucatan, whose occupation corresponds to the late Terminal Classic period 550–950 AD, a time with severe droughts in the region. Around the Mayan train and derived from the management with various government agencies, a program of cultural itineraries is being developed that include museums, caves, and cenotes with underwater cultural heritage, integrating the tangible and intangible heritage of the populations. Cultural heritage result of all this investigation is housed in the Underwater Archaeology Museum Best Practice of the 2001 UNESCO Convention, which fulfill the task of reaching visitors in a didactic and inclusive way. Children and young people, adults and all ages, and people with disabilities access the Fort of San Jose el Alto in Francisco de Campeche, a World Heritage City, to live immersive and educational experiences that are reinforced with visits, community workshops, and a virtual tour. In addition to this initiative are the museums Cozumel Island of the Life, the Principal, and community centers which address various underwater natural and cultural heritage topics.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Molte grazie.
Thank you very much. We have heard now from Mexico. And actually, Mexico's examples shows the importance not just of the maritime heritage, but also the heritage that can be found in rivers, not just for history and for culture, but also for anthropological reasons. We now go on to Greece. Byzantine and Christian Museum of Athens, and she's also General Director for Antiquities and Cultures of the Ministry of the Greek Ministry of Culture, and she's chief of the effort to the cultural heritage, underwater cultural heritage in Greece. It is I have the pleasure of knowing Caterina Della Porta since the very beginning of the negotiations of the Convention on the Protection of the Underwater Cultural Heritage. Greece was a very important participant to the negotiations, and I have to say that when we talk about Greece, we talk about a big in terms of culture. We owe Greece a lot in terms of culture, we Westerns. So it is my pleasure to give the floor to Caterina Della Porta, please. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to speak English.
Greece is a maritime country whose seas contain 3,500 islands and island clusters. Because of the real difficulty, I don't know if it moves the, because of the real difficulty to control over the coastline, around 17,000 kilometers long, that corresponds to 25% of the total line of the Mediterranean. The Ministry for Culture established in 1976 a special archaeology with competence covering the whole geographic region of Greece. In the same manner as the terrestrial efforates of antiquities, so the work of the efforate of underwater antiquities has both an administrative and a scientific. Obviously, there is no place here to list all the underwater archaeological researches carried out by the Archaeological Service. The combined protection and management of underwater archaeological heritage in Greece, according to the Greek legislation and the international law, may serve as a blanket protection on antiquities. The protection of antiquities is recognized as a fundamental obligation of the Greek state by the Hellenic Constitution, which is protection of the environment as well. The task of protecting sites and monuments is absolutely on the competence of the Archaeological Service of the Ministry for Culture, an integral part of Greece public sector, and its authority and tasks are governed by the Archaeological Law of 2002, entitled on the protection of antiquities and the cultural heritage as a whole, which includes provision that cover the entire spectrum of underwater antiquities with regard to their protection and management as a whole. Despite the polemics which confronted the legal framework above, its blanket protection had preserved underwater archaeological heritage to a very high degree compared to other countries of the Mediterranean. Legal documents such as the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and the UNESCO Convention on the Protection of the Underwater Cultural Heritage. Greece is not yet among the member states of the UNESCO Convention. However, many positive, steps have been taken in this direction in recent years. Nevertheless, UNESCO Convention is important for diffusing the philosophy of the common responsibility for the protection of underwater archaeological heritage, recognized as of outstanding universal value in the benefit of mankind. How is underwater maritime archaeology accessible and protected in Greece? The public access to underwater archaeological sites falls into this very spirit of the law also. The perspective of in situ access and visitors on the seabed in Greece seems to date back to the early 60s regarding the sea area of Methoni. After the establishment of the efforate of underwater antiquities of the Ministry of Culture, this this perspective began to be launched with timid steps at the beginning, and in the late 90s, more systematically, establishment of by the Credit Management Fund for Archaeological Works of a special project for this purpose under the title Modoni Underwater Archaeological Park. For the first time then, the FOR8 overcame the vague prospect of establishing an underwater museum. The prospect had been treated as a new challenge approached with pragmatic in the light of the archaeological law. For this practice, which was and is valid in the archaeological service, the suggestion of the FOR8 to open underwater archaeological sites had been submitted to competent Archaeological Council already at the beginning of 2000. The proposal was very innovative and pioneering as long as it proposed the management combination of the competent state body in terms of the responsibilities of management and protection of the underwater archaeological site and the relevant licensing centers. The proposed model then was not implemented to give that could form the basis of a working hypothesis for the future. Since 2013, the Gulf of Metoni, there are two shipwrecks for Roman times, the shipwreck of the columns and the shipwrecks of the sarcophagi. These shipwrecks are north of the island of Sapienza, and since 2013, underwater museums were established in the sea area, but these places have not been put into operation yet. On the other hand, since 2015, both in the National Marine Park of Alonissos, in the small archipelago Sporades, where significant shipwrecks dating from classical antiquity to modern years are found, and in the Pagasetic Gulf, where mainly Roman and archaeological sites visitable by scuba diving for the public. In 2017, the pilot operation of a single shipwreck began by the shipwreck group of Alonissos, this classic shipwreck of Peristera, which dates back to around 425 to 415 BC, entitled Creation of Visitable Marine Archaeological Sites in Alonissos and the Western Pagasetikos. The classic shipwreck was located on the Alonissos Canal with Peristera Island. This ship, probably an Athenian merchant, sank at a depth of 22 to 30 meters and is estimated to have carried 3,000 to 4,000 amphorae, originating from Mendy Chalkidiki, Ancient Peparithos, today Skopoulos, and Ancient Iko, today Alonissos, and black painted paintings, goblets, wine glasses, anchors, etc. This wreck was archaeologically investigated during the years 93, 99, and 2000 by the archaeologist Elpida Hadzidaki. The visit to the underwater visitable archaeological site, shipwreck of Peristera Alonissos, the management of which belongs to the Ministry of Culture, is done only with guided diving from the certified diving centers and is supervised by security guards, while on land awareness centers. The public access operation to the underwater visitable archaeological site of the shipwreck of Peristera Alonissos cannot give same results in terms of financial data and reciprocity. The pilot operation for 2 years till now means that the access of the visitors is done without paying a ticket to the Ministry of Culture. On the other hand, the crisis of the COVID pandemic, with what this implies for the effects on tourism and the economy in general, had an impact on this visitor underwater sites attendance. The shipwreck of Peristera in 2020 was visited only by 246 visitors, and a total of 66 dives were made, while in 2001, when tourism in Greece was clearly better, only 154 visitors. It is noted, however, that the operating cost of this particular shipwreck, that of Peristera, for the Ministry of Culture corresponds to approximately 12% of the total budget of the F48 of Marine Antiquities for the whole territory, which raises issues regarding its cost effectiveness of the site, taking into account the conditions and restrictions set by its operating regulation. For this reason, the Central Archaeological Council recently appointed the institution of a ticket price. Although diver experience for the public, diving is not the only way to access underwater. The website highlights that initiatives for diver access must go hand in hand with the site protection as underwater cultural heritage sites, such as shipwrecks and ancient sunken cities, are threatened by many human activities, diving included. Diversifying the contexts in which wreck evidence is located underlies its essential risks and its unique need to be protected as a whole. As archaeological entirely shipwrecks offer a number of inferential advantages over other types of site, making more than obvious how vulnerable and fragile underwater antiquities, and that their management should not be always the same, as their protection constitutes a big problem. Which in the past were forbidden to humans, we have come to realize that no shipwreck is absolutely safe and protected anymore, and this is because technology in underwater activities is very effectively used against underwater cultural heritage. The question that arises from the above is how the underwater archaeological would be defined, managed, and protected within the explosion of a activity that will follow. Thank you very much for your attention.
Molte grazie.
Thank you very much. Considering the importance of the submarine, the underwater heritage, and the importance of Greek archaeologists, the states of the Mediterranean, the majority are members of the convention. We all hope that sooner or later all Greece is going to ratify the convention. Now, Ministry of Culture, Superintendents of it is for Italy the point of reference going to talk about this in particular. You have the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the director of the UNESCO Office of Rome and all the staff of the office, together with the National Superintendency and the colleagues in Italy and abroad. They all made this event possible. But let me also spend a few words of thanks to all of those who couldn't join us today, to all our colleagues underwater archaeologists of Italy. I share with them the difficulties, the challenges of this job. We really support each other very much, because otherwise our energy wouldn't be, our single energy wouldn't be enough to face all of this. The Skerky Banks is an important area, strategically important area from the point of view of culture and environment. Shipwreck of the English frigate HMS Athenian of 1806 and the naval battle 2nd of December 1942 between an Italian-German convoy and a unit of the British Navy. The huge archaeological potential of this huge portion of the central Mediterranean that revolves around also the Skerky area, it was one of the founding reasons why the American staffs led by Robert Ballard between the end of the 80s and the beginning of the 2000s took place there precisely. They found several classical and post-classical era wrecks. The area of the Skerky Banks is absolutely important for the characteristics of biodiversity of flora and fauna, considering it is an area of reproduction of many fish species, and it is the point of connection between the western and eastern Mediterranean basin. The area, even if it is far from the coasts of Tunisia and Italy, it is relatively easily accessible, considering its characteristics and considering the bathymetries, as you can see. Therefore, the activities of intensive fishing, also non-controlled fishing, the naval traffics, and the activities of many groups of divers represent a risk of destruction of such heritage. So considering all of this, our country believes that's the best strategy of protection in light of the laws in force was to start for the first time a process of international cooperation in line with the Convention of 2001. On the 16th of February 2018, the Ministry of Culture, after making a file dedicated to Skerky that was the fruit of a long effort carried out by the superintendents of the Sicilian region, proposed to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to start the procedure of the notification of discovery to the UNESCO. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs submitted the file to the UNESCO. On the 23rd and 24th of April 2018, at the UNESCO headquarters in Paris, during the annual meeting of the Technical Scientific Council of the Convention, the STAB, that was already mentioned, the importance of the action of protection that had been started by Italy was mentioned. The Italian diplomatic representatives highlighted also how important it is to carry out international cooperation to protect our underwater cultural heritage. The diplomatic delegation of Tunisia also participated in the debate with a technical scientific contribution. They proposed to become coordinators of the cooperation process. This area, the Skerky Banks, is a continental platform of Tunisia. Due to the fact that the international protection contemplated by the convention, according to this system, this coordinator state should start the consultations with the states that showed interest to protect the site. Then the 3rd of October 2018, Tunisia communicated to the UNESCO Secretariat the beginning of this process of cooperation with the involvement of the other countries that had declared their interest to be consulted according to their specific cultural connection with the area. In this case, was Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, France, and Spain, and then Croatia followed suit. after a first meeting of the diplomatic representations on the 6th of February 2019, another meeting took place on 11th of June 2019. After that, several technical operational recommendations emerged for the involved countries, and following those, our General Secretariat started contacts with the bodies and Italian actors that had contributed somehow with research or discoveries to the discovery of the Skirky banks and to the research on the Skirky banks. And we managed to create a technical national committee. Today, the participants are the Ministry of Culture, so our UNESCO office, region of Sicily, with the Superintendency of Sea and Culture, University of Palermo, Department of Science, the Land and Sea, University Bicocca of Milan, Department of Law, Professor Scovazzi here represents this department, and the Ministry of Defense, the Italian Navy. We thank them once again. So thanks to this important shared work within our technical national committee, with many meetings and a lot of work, many proposals by Italy were then shared during the meetings of the International Coordination Committee, the first that was ever established in compliance with the convention. Now our colleague Wafa Ben Sleiman is going to explain this better. She was involved in this intervention with me. Now I leave the floor to her. Thank you.
Merci, merci Alessandro. Mesdames, Messieurs, chers collègues.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, friends, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share with you the initiatives that were carried out on the Skirky banks. Let me use this opportunity to recall that after the notification of Italy, the state of Tunisia filed a declaration and explaining and declaring their interest in protecting the archaeological heritage. This was the first example of this in international waters. Tunisia also decided to become a coordinator state. This is the first initiative of international cooperation to protect the Skirky banks area. Sharing information and knowledge between states and the cooperation, scientific and technical cooperation in the face of a renewed international cooperation. Tunisia organized the first international meeting on the protection of this area. This meeting took place in the framework of the international protection of the underwater heritage. Many countries took part in this meeting: Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, and others. We collected information during this meeting and decided to work together jointly at an international level to protect the Skirky banks. We decided to organize a preliminary mission, a joint mission of protection of this underwater cultural heritage for the Skirky area, and to create a coordination committee for the organizational activity of this area. Sorry, there were some technical problems. Due to the pandemics, we decided to organize this meeting online. On the 3rd of September 2020, we organized this meeting, we held this meeting of the committee. So we organized a mission on the Skerki Bank. And we outlined the project that we wanted to carry out with this initiative. It is a scientific technical committee. The capacities of the countries to raise awareness on this topic and to protect our heritage in a legal framework that should be clearer. These principles are all present in our action plan. We're going to hold another meeting in 2021 that is going to, during which we're going to organize this committee and the juridical aspects related to it. The third meeting on the 11th of June was about the presentation and discussion on the proposed project of archaeological exploration. These are all official things. I'll go back to our mission. The organizational committee of the project is going to be responsible of managing these meetings and the documents that were drafted and we are going to be discussing the next meeting between the Committee of International Affairs and the Tunisian Committee. I would like to underline and renew the strong efforts of Tunisia on the Skerki banks and the commitment of Tunisia towards raising awareness about our underwater cultural heritage, in particular in the Skerki bank. As soon as the pandemics will be over, we will start working again. Thank you so much.
Molte grazie a entrambi gli oratori.
I'd like to thank both speakers. The Skerki Bank is a crucial area for the future invention. This is part of the original document. The majority couldn't, on the one hand, couldn't accept that the underwater cultural heritage came first served. Others couldn't accept that foreign states couldn't extend their jurisdiction up to 200 miles from the coast. So we started this mechanism of notification of cooperation between states that have a verifiable I hadn't introduced Wafa Sliman. I'm going to introduce her now. She teaches underwater archaeology at the University of Tunis. She is responsible of the underwater cultural heritage of the northern area of Tunisia, and she takes part in the negotiations on these topics on behalf of the state of Tunisia. Very well then. Let's move on to the next speaker. Speech by Athena Trakadas. She's an underwater archaeologist at the National Museum of Copenhagen in Denmark. She also curates the International Journal of Nautical Archaeology. She's going to talk about the decade for sustainable development. So the sustainable development, of course, has to do with the natural heritage, but also with cultural heritage as well. Miss Trakadas, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, and I hope you can see my screen.
We can see that, yes.
Thank you. To thank the Italian Ministry of Culture and the organizers, the UNESCO office in Rome, and the 2001 Convention Secretariat to speak today at this important conference. I'm presenting as chair of the Ocean Decade Heritage Network, which is supported by the Honor Frost Foundation, and we are a decade partner and also leading the Ocean Decade Action Cultural Heritage Framework Program. The broadest aim of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development 2021 to 2030 is to build scientific capacity and generate knowledge, recognizing that there needs to be a paradigm shift in how ocean science is obtained. And just to remind us of the vision and the mission of the decade. The relevance of underwater cultural heritage to the Ocean Decade arises because of the direct link the initiative makes between ocean science and sustainable development, and ultimately between science and tangible changes in the world's conditions. The Ocean Decade is linked directly to the UN's 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. The goal that expressly addresses the marine environment is SDG 14, Life Below Water. There is no specific goal on culture or cultural heritage. However, knowledge generated and developed by cultural heritage preservation about materials and societies of the past, both tangible and intangible, has a significant role in developing and delivering many of the SDGs, all the more so with SDG 14. In the sea and the coastal zone, one of the most important instruments for countries generating and safeguarding this cultural heritage knowledge is the 2001 Convention. As we celebrate the 20th anniversary of its ratification, it is an opportune moment to reflect. How are our oceans and how can the resulting knowledge be applied more through social and natural sciences? How can the historical dimension of people's relationship with the sea be integrated within ocean science using such an instrument? The 2001 Convention can provide an opportunity to ensure that insights from studying the past can play a full role in shaping the transformative ocean sciences. Nonetheless, we have to acknowledge that UCH and maritime archaeology as the instrument to study it is usually a minor partner to ocean sciences. And this is a paradox. Public interest in UCH is considerable. There's quite high awareness, and cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible, as we have seen today, is often an integral characteristic of what people enjoy and seek out at the coast and along rivers. We should be concerned, therefore, that with taking this existing reality and transforming it, impacting our actions, policy, and resourcing as cultural heritage practitioners. The Ocean Decades Implementation Plan is built up from actions undertaken and initiated by stakeholders, which contribute to the objectives and challenges and ultimately helping to achieve 7 societal outcomes. Clearly, the emphasis on the Ocean Decade was concerned originally to focus on the physical oceanographic sciences, biological, chemical, and geological. As a social science rooted in the humanities, maritime archaeology applies methods and concepts and is usually very interdisciplinary. So applying these ocean science disciplines and vice versa, the data generated from our investigations contribute to informing the research questions of these disciplines. In maritime archaeology, we investigate the relationship of humankind to each other and to the environments through time, which would seem to be extremely relevant to the Ocean Decade. Our subject is the past, but we often focus on what happened in the past, its importance on the present and for the future. I'd like to highlight now how the historical dimension of people's relationships with the sea can be better integrated with ocean science within 3 of the Ocean Decade societal outcomes. So a clean ocean, heritage and pollution. Cultural heritage can contribute to a clean ocean by enabling a better understanding of the extent and risks of pollution from shipwrecks, mining waste, and land-based sources. A clean is also important for the long-term preservation of UCH, and Martijn Manders already discussed this morning. Decaying World War I and II wrecks contain oil that possesses an imminent threat to the marine environment, as well as decaying ammunition. Using techniques common to other ocean sciences, it is possible to significantly enhance the current knowledge of the present state rate. Another site closer to home, and mentioned this morning by Mr. Zaghi, is the site in Italy, which I had the pleasure of visiting in September of this year. The site, of course, has for many years been studied in terms of its significant contribution to developing UCH conservation techniques, as Barbara Davide shared with us, from both biological and mechanical interference. The very existence and success of the park, however, is due to targeted management of the last 2 decades that created the marine protected area, coinciding with limiting commercial port activities and regulating urban waste. A healthy and resilient ocean, an their present form and to understanding the pressures upon them. For example, this includes sites like Baiae and particularly shipwrecks like Kyrenia off of Cyprus or even aircraft. These can serve as artificial reefs, providing important habitats for fish at different their life cycles. Especially in the Mediterranean, UCH sites provide important nurseries for regeneration of Posidonia or seagrass and the fish species nurtured by these. Accessible ocean, heritage and communities. Information about cultural heritage, public engagement with many topics of ocean literacy. It is essential to understand the past, present, and future of humanity's relationship Here, the record of shipwrecks from the hydrographic agencies of the UK, France, and Belgium are combined with extended cultural heritage on the seabed. Each of these dots has its own story to tell, detailed, intimate, and often tragic. These dots can be queried with many other data sources to find patterns in their distribution in current survival. Here, the role of citizen science directed towards cultural heritage is working towards providing a large amount of these data. For example, the gathering information via recreational and technical scientific divers, GERT, which was also mentioned earlier today by Andy Viduka, is a no-impact citizen science project taking place in Eastern Australia and in Canada. It aims to train members to systematically document observable, physical, and natural features of underwater cultural heritage in the open sea and to facilitate their ongoing protection and management. This has an effect on generating data important in studying the impacts of climate change on UCH. It's important not to think of the decade as an international UN-level initiative alone. The stimulus and organization are being provided at a global level, but implementation will depend on activity occurring regionally, such as the Mediterranean, or through national. Hence the challenge. How can the current 71 member state parties of the 2000 Only with the protection of UCH sites will it be possible to provide relevant data to ensure that insights from the past can play a full role in shaping the ocean we want. I'd like to make 2 points as I conclude. The 2001 Convention provides not only a legal framework, but a formative scientific opportunity. It can be used by cultural heritage practitioners to underscore recognition of the mutual interdependence of ocean science and UCH. But this practice necessitates state parties to remove their own limits. Siloing. Instead of separating ocean sciences between the physical oceanographic sciences and the social sciences, recognize that they actually are all marine sciences. This will affect the paradigm shift in how ocean science is obtained at a national level. Implementation of the Ocean Decade Program will also depend on a variety of stakeholders. It is strongly encouraged that member state parties should acknowledge UCH as a medium for engaging the public and citizen scientists and addressing the sustainability of our coasts, seas, and oceans. Underwater cultural heritage is not just helpful in understanding the relationship between people and the marine environment through time. It is indispensable for understanding our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is indeed a significant role in the idea of sustainable development for underwater cultural heritage. So the key idea is to convey to our next generations and give value to a heritage which we already have available. We have the next speaker by Valeria Livigni. She was museum director in the region of Sicily, and she has dealt with different aspects of cultural heritage, archaeology, arts, modern arts. She's an author and she is an editor as well, different publication, and she has supervised different exhibition, and now she is superintendent for the sea region of Sicily. And she's going to talk about the commitment of Sicily in terms of underwater cultural heritage. She is going to talk about this, when I mentioned Valeria Livigni, I have to her predecessor as a superintendent for the sea and her husband Sebastiano Tusa. I would like to remind you that he was a participant to the negotiations for the Convention on Protection of Cultural Underwater Heritage, and he gave a decisive contribution from an archaeological point of view to the negotiations. I admired Sebastiano a lot. He was a friend of mine, and I also he was also very conscious of the protection of the heritage in Sicily, in Italy, but also globally. He really wanted to disseminate his passion and competence. And he was traveling to go to a UNESCO meeting on the convention in an African country. There was the horrible plane crash, and he unfortunately lost his life in the plane crash. Thank you. Valeria, you have the floor. Can you hear me? Yes? Yes, we can. Thank you. Thank you for your invitation. I can see many friendly faces. Wafven Slimane, Caterina Della Porta, Giulio Scovazzi. I still recall many years of projects, and Sebastiano was really, he cared a lot about these projects, and we have celebrated Sebastiano in the past, and actually we hosted a celebration in his memory in Sicily, in the Pantheon, and I will try and share my screen now because I have a PowerPoint presentation. Or not? No, we cannot see it at the moment. Okay, so okay, I'm open. You can also give your presentation without slides. Yes, okay. I will try. I'll try and talk about the Sebastiano's activity. I'm sorry that I cannot show you the pictures. They are very significant, but I think it's very important to remember that, to remind you that underwater archaeology in Sicily has a great importance, and it dates back to the pioneers of underwater archaeology, but also to a very remarkable superintendents such as Vincenzo Tusa for Western Sicily. They managed this important agreement that was shared with the pioneers and personalities that were, let's say, the predators of this heritage. And actually, going back to Sebastiano Tusa, Sebastiano managed to give scientific feature to this archaeology, but most of all, he managed to share his techniques. And what did he do in specific? That were happening in these Kirky banks. So this heritage was looted all over the place in the Mediterranean. So he was really concerned about this phenomenon. He started his missions, and the missions gave very relevant pieces of data. So the work we are conducting at the moment with cross-border countries, but especially with UNESCO for the intergovernmental mission on the Skirky banks, and Sebastiano's data were provided, shared by and with all partners of the project. Of course, we will be more than happy to carry on this work, this shared work. We were very active in this, because as Mr. Tullio Scovazzi might remember, there was a project for some tools for the protection of underwater cultural heritage, and there was a meeting in Syracuse in 2001, and in that specific occasion, Sebastiano proposed the Charter of Syracuse for cross-border countries. Cross-border countries shared this idea of safeguarding the heritage and work jointly for this huge museum, which is the Mediterranean. And from then on, negotiations started. So UNESCO and countries met all together. And I remember that actually Sebastiano, along with Professor Scovazzi, representing Italy in that occasion. So there was this request of a regulation who could give an order to this heritage, which was not the heritage of all, but has and had to be safeguarded. In 2004, then, the Superintendence for the Sea was created, and Sebastiano started to share the importance of not lifting the underwater heritage, but create museums. So underwater museums that could be accessed and could be enhanced. And he also highlighted the importance of preserving that heritage, which had to be shared with the local community. So, because very often this heritage is monitored with cameras and video security on inland. So he always had this idea in mind, and he, along with our friend Wafa Ben Sliman, he shared some itineraries with her. So they went to Tunisia. He went to Tunisia with her. So he always said that the input was given by Greece, the input to create this superintendence for the sea, which differently from Greek and Italian one, it's a cross-disciplinary superintendence which deals with archaeological heritage, anthropological heritage, and sea landscape overall. So it is a very important aspect because the sea heritage, the sea landscape encompasses many important realities, which is to say biology, marine biology, and all the elements that are located along the coastlines. And I also would like to recall the excavations carried out by Sebastiano in Northern Africa, such as in Libya, where he discovered the wreck of Hilal, but also excavation in Japan. So he really wanted to share his techniques to enhance the heritage with everybody. He wanted to make them public because the important thing for him was the knowledge of the heritage, but even more so, the idea of appreciating this input to safeguard our heritage. He had dreams, of course, apart from creating these underwater museums and rewriting, I would say, a page of history, which was the Battle of the Agadi Island. And he did admit that he researched sources, but he was also helped by local fishermen. And so he got information from local communities of fishermen who gave him the input to go and check whether there were remains in the area. That couldn't be an anchored site, couldn't be a unloading site. It has to be a settlement. It had to be a settlement by Romans to, let's say, surprise to catch the enemy ships by surprise. Apart from being a visible space, there are 4 underwater paths that could be navigated, and they're all advertised by clear indications. The indications are on plastic, and the indications are also written in Braille. And so he created the museum in Favignana to witness this huge presence of remains. And we are most of the time forced to recover for the safeguard of the heritage and to prevent the risk of looting. And also the important activity by Sebastiano with underwater museums, with the SIT, which is this georeferenced system. So he thought that first step to protect the superintendents for the sea with the project Archeomap has detected more than 1,000 sites. Some of them are under regulation and under permit that we have to ask to the port authority, so they are safeguarded and protected against theft or any kind of illicit activity. They are not anchorage sites, otherwise they would be destroyed by this activity. I'm really sorry that I couldn't show you the pictures. They are significant and they're an added value for our heritage, which shall not be lifted every time, because lifting heritage means having to preserve it in warehouses and not making it available, which is indeed one of the main points of heritage. 5 museums at the moment advertised, connected to the place, and we are also creating a path for deep sea wrecks. We have discovered about 10 of them in Sicily, 3 over the last few months. We have recently discovered a Roman ship in Ustica and the wreck of the Isola delle Femmine and the wreck of Favignana. What we do is creating a path, an itinerary of deep sea wrecks, because now there is, I would say, an increasing passion about visiting seabeds. We've got groups of tourists asking us to visit these places. So another aspect is also the creation of virtual museums. We are creating virtual museums for these deep sea wrecks. This would have been evident from the pictures, but anyway, people, the cameras can go deep into the sea and shoot pictures of the wreck and give back these pictures to a software and make it available for people who do not dive. So this is one of the frontiers that Sicily wants to explore, with new paths to be developed. I would also like to recall the fact that Sebastiano, during his last meeting in Kenya, he tried to convey and to communicate to our friends in Kenya the possibility to create itineraries, because he was sure that culture could enrich let's say, less fortunate populations. So could be value to those civilizations. This is really important. And states that are located on the Mediterranean could share knowledge about the protection of this huge underwater heritage in the Mediterranean. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are sure that Sebastiano Tusas will continue. Now, we should have an intervention by the Undersecretary to Culture, Lucia Borgonzoni. Please. Good evening, everybody. Thank you. I would like to extend my remarks and thank you to speaker. The tangible, and some forget about another kind of heritage which was in this conference, and this conference was important to highlight the importance of this heritage and the importance of establishing tools to this heritage and research. We as Italy are a nation that has dedicated a lot of time on this for different reasons. We have a very significant underwater cultural heritage as a country. We have a lot of findings, and we can understand that by the superintendent of Italy, the superintendents for marine heritage, which was created in Sicily, and the idea of having a national superintendence which could protect this heritage and in a way raise awareness, because we have to remember that one of the aims of this conference was also to raise awareness in citizens about underwater heritage. When we talk about underwater heritage, we talk about marine and also internal waters heritage. The ministry has established and created a partnership with RAI, and they created a very nice documentary about underwater cultural heritage, and also to new technologies with Fincantieri Foundation. We are working towards the use of different tools which we already used on Colosseum and other cultural pieces of cultural heritage. We did experiment this already in 2016, and that experimentation went on 2018. We used different which are actually required to us now by many foreign countries, and these tools are used for the protection of cultural heritage. I'm thinking about tools like drones, for example, to even have an overview of the cultural heritage and the underwater cultural heritage as well, which sometimes might be overlooked and neglected, and it can put at risk of looting and illicit activities. So I would like to thank you very much for your work today. The ministry is available, and I think we proved this also over the years with the creation and the establishment, the implementation of important best practices. And I'm thinking about the recent agreement on international waters. And this is definitely a direction that we will keep following. I would like to thank Dr. Pesci for collaboration. And as I said, we are absolutely available for any kind of action that could highlight even more importance to this convention and whatever can be implemented, as I said, both in terms of what we did in the past already and new technologies that can be implemented in the future to protect this huge heritage that we have. Thank you very much. Now, before closing the conference, we are to finish just have put together 5 continents, many speakers, and many authorities. It was a very important day, a significant day, I would say. It wasn't just a mere celebration of history, it was a common, a joint discussion with many countries and many different opinions and views that and Alessandro Asta, Ulrich Durelt from the Secretariat of the Convention, the representatives of UNESCO, Ambassador Massimo Riccardo and Tommaso Giordano, the Secretariat of the Ministry of Culture, the DG organization Francesco Artuso, the Press Office, Mattia Morandi and Giulia Marra, the Diplomatic Counselor Paolo Toschi, the Office of Secretariat of the Ministry of Culture, and thank you very much to all of you for being here with me late at night, to Silva Patrignani, Vito Lattanzi, Angela Maria Ferrone. You have been darling. I would like to thank Elena Sinibaldi, Adele Cesi, and all the group and the staff from the UNESCO office. I would also like to thank the technical and scientific support for the preparation of preliminary documents, Dr. Mattina Tullio and Antonella Silvestri, Nilo Pugliani. Thank you very much for your patience, the availability of Dr. Annalisa Caprio, Michelangeli, the cameramen and the interpreters and the coordination. Thank you very much to Tullio Scovazzi, who was an excellent moderator for this second session. And I now leave the floor to him for a very short conclusion to this day. Thank you very much, Dr. Pesci. I would like to draw the conclusions of the meeting. I would say that the convention, the UNESCO Convention on Underwater Cultural Heritage, has started, I would say, rather slowly. It wasn't a race, but it proved to be very strong and in the protection of underwater cultural heritage. They have passed legislations, and we all hope that sooner or later they will decide to become members and ratify the convention. What are the challenges? If the mechanism that is requested by those who have the convention, if this the underwater cultural heritage as not as a victim of the interest of single state, but as a mechanism that can be shared by many countries. The second challenge of the convention is Article 6. The convention also contains agreements on a bilateral basis, and regional basis, and national. The convention aims at being a platform that can have an added value through other agreements, as Valeria Livigni said. Years ago, there has been an attempt for the Mediterranean with a meeting that was held on initiative of Italy in Siracusa for a project in regional agreement, and that could be an added value to establish protected marine areas in the of single states. It's not like Italy is the heritage of Romans and Greece is the heritage of the ancient Greece. We have an overall heritage that is disseminated in the whole Mediterranean basin, and we do have responsibility as Mediterranean states. And we have to take commitments jointly to protect this heritage and to leave it to next generations. The Mediterranean is a quite evident example, but it can be replicated for other regional seas. So we've got two challenges. One is to check whether this mechanism works, and second is the regional cooperation that has to be enhanced. And with this, I conclude, and thank you very much for your attention. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference. So most of all, Dr. Pesci, who once again showed the interest of Italy as a country for underwater cultural heritage. Today, we've heard the opening remarks by the Ministry of Culture and the closing remarks by the Undersecretary to Culture. Thank you very much, Professor. We are closing the session now. Laura, we would like to thank Laura Campora, Maria Pianeggiani, Andrea Mazzetti, all the UNESCO office. I have the privilege of working with people that are professionals, and they're really passionate about their job. So thank you very much once again. It was an extremely important day, and we do hope that these initiatives will be replicated in the future effectively to give our next generation some concrete results that they might have and might use in the future. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
Yeah.